Hi everyone. Good morning, Shrey. Good morning, personal. Okay, whatever your name is. Good morning, Tilak. Hi everyone, all of you. If you have joined in, can you quickly tell me if I'm audible and visible? That's of course always my first check. Can you see me and hear me? Thank you, Tilak. Wonderful. Now, my second request to you will be to share the link of this session with all your friends so that more and more people can join in, and then we can get started. Also, if you have joined in, you haven't liked the session yet, please make sure you like it. And also, please make sure that you subscribe to the session, because of course, once you've subscribed, you will be able to participate in the chat box. Thank you, Tanya. All right, guys, can you all quickly hit the like button? I hope everybody is already subscribed to the channel. If you haven't yet subscribed, please make sure that you've subscribed, because obviously subscribing is important. We'll be able to chat with each other. You can comment in the chat box, and all of that will happen only once you have hit the link, hit the subscribe button. And also, I hope everybody's liked the session. Thank you so much for joining in, everyone. This is CAT 2025 Bootcamp. We'll start with reading comprehension. Today, we're going to be doing 2 sessions. The first one will be reading comprehension. The second one will be on VA. Tilak, don't worry. You will have plenty of friends once you join a V school. So they're all just waiting for you to join them. And then, of course, I hope you're all sitting in a comfortable place where you can read and study and work together. Today, of course, the goal of this bootcamp is essentially to make sure that you have ironed out all the problems. So if you do have any doubts at any point of time, do feel free to tell me, and we'll discuss your doubts and we'll discuss some issues, whatever you have. And also, of course, we'll be covering a few reading comprehension passages. This is the reading comprehension bootcamp. So there are lots and lots of reading comprehension passages that we're going to be doing. While doing the passages, if you find anything difficult, easy, please go ahead and tell me. Please share with me your doubts. We can also discuss that, right? All right, let's get started. I think it's about time. All of you are here and ready to go. My name is Abhilasha, and I'll be taking you through this session. So the learning objectives: practice ironing out any doubts or any issues that you have at this point of time. We are sitting at about the end of September, so you have about 2 months to go, October and November, all of that. Good morning, CAT-101. All right. I hope everybody's hit the like button and also shared the session. Let's get started. The passages in today's bootcamp are in ascending order of difficulty. That means we'll start with the easiest first, and then we'll go to the tougher passages. So please be patient, do listen, do learn, do practice, do share your answers. I want everyone to be participating. Can I get some thumbs ups, please, from all of you who are here? Very quickly. I can see some 28 people. Let's get some thumbs ups. And also, I hope everybody has liked and shared it. Good morning, Rayan. Wonderful to have all of you. This is a CAT VARC Bootcamp today. My name is Abhilasha. I'll be taking you through these. Good morning, Sanmit. Good morning, Devraj. Thank you, Tilak. Others, good morning, Anshul. Good morning, Shikhar. Thank you, personal. Good morning, Roy. Good morning, Nitish. Thank you, Anshul. All right, guys, I think We'll start the session once we have 40 people on board. We're almost there. Alicia, good morning. Thank you for the thumbs up. Everyone else, can I quickly get some thumbs ups? So I know you're here. All right, wonderful. Let's do this. Let's get the show on the road. We have 5 passages today. We'll be covering them one by one. Highly good morning. Rajiv, good morning to you too. Balaji, very good morning. Thank you for joining in. I hope all of you have already liked the session and also shared it with your friends. Okay, here's your first passage for questions 1 to 4. We will do 5 passages, each having 4 questions. And let's do this. Okay, here's your first passage. The para-jumbles will be in the second session, Rajiv. That will be the VA session. This one is the RC session. We have 2 sessions today, one from 10 a.m., the other from noon. So this one is on reading comprehension. The second one will be on, verbal ability. So we will do para-jumbles, para-summaries, odd sentences, all of those. Okay. All right. So here is your passage. Let's take a minute, read it, and then we will. All right, everyone, let's read. All right, I will show you the questions first very quickly. Why might radars not be used a decade from now? According to the author, commercial aeronautics has declined. According to the first paragraph, which of the following is not false? What is the 4th paragraph of the passage starting? How much bigger? That is your questions. All right. Here is the first part of the passage. Please read this and then we will continue into the second part of the passage. Yes. Devraj, absolutely. When I say the LOD is easy, the passage is easy to comprehend. Also, the questions will be much easier to solve for you as compared to other questions. Okay, let's read. This is a very interesting passage. I've divided it into 2 parts so that it makes it easier for you to read. So this passage starts by talking about the invention of the gas turbine by Frank Whittle and Hans van Ohen in Germany, signaling the beginning of jet transport. Although the engineer Laurin had visualized the concept of jet propulsion more than 25 years, it took improved material and the genius of Whittle and Ohen to recognize that a gas turbine offered over a piston engine So there were advantages that the gas turbine offered, including speeds in excess of 350 miles per hour. The progress from the first flights of liquid propellant rocket and jet-propelled aircraft to the first faster than sound supersonic manned airplane happened in less than a decade. So it was very quick. This then led very rapidly to a series of supersonic fighters and bombers, the first of which became operational in 1950. World War II technology foundations and emerging Cold War imperatives then led us into space. So we went into space with the launch of Sputnik and the placing of the first man on the moon only 12 years later, a mere 24 years after the end of World War II. So the minute the gas turbine was created, it was like the jet transport took off, literally. Now a hypersonic flight can take you anywhere in less than 4 hours. British RAF and Royal Navy and Air Forces of several other countries are going to use the single engine cousin to the FA-22 called F-35 Joint Strike Fighter. These planes have stealthy angles and coatings that make it difficult for radars to detect them. They're among aviation's most cutting-edge advances in design. The V-22, known as the tilt-rotor, part helicopter, part airplane, takes off vertically and then tilts its engine forward for the winged flight. So this is all about the FA-22 Raptor. It seems conventional forms like the Predator and Global Hawk are passé. Passé means they're out of use. They're no longer working. Good morning, Sri Radhe. That's all right. We are still on the first passage, the first part of it. So this part of the passage essentially says that the conventional forms of aircraft are just passé. They're no longer being, they're not in. The stealthier unmanned aerial vehicles are in. They're the ones that are more fashionable. They're shaped like kites, bats, boomerang. They're all but invisible to the enemy radar and able to remain over hostile territory without any fear of getting grilled if shot down. Will the UAVs take away pilots' jobs permanently? Now that's a question that the author is asking. Are the pilots going to lose their jobs? Can a computer-operated machine take a smarter and faster decision in a warlike situation? The same problem that we are now facing with unmanned cars, right? The new free flight concept will probably supplement the existing air traffic control system by computers on each planes to map the altitude, route, weather, and other planes. And a decade from now, there will be no use of radar anymore. So you won't be probably using radars. All right, I hope everybody has read the first part of the passage. Here's the second part. Let's go through this. All right, so what is this part? So the first part of the passage spoke about the changes in the aviation industry with the jet engine. Then he says, okay, now this one talks about the size of the airplanes. How much bigger can airplanes get? In the 50s, they got speed. In the 80s, they became stealthy. And now they're getting smarter thanks to computer automation. The change is quite huge from 4-seater to A380. We are now trading speed for size. As we build a new super jumbo jet, the 55-seater A380, but with an improved capacity, range, and greater fuel economy. Few years down the line will come the truly larger model to be known as 747X. In the beginning of 2005, A380 was the biggest plane. It may carry a load of 840 passengers. Barring the early phase, civil aviation has... Now we're talking about civil aviation lagging behind military technologies. They're always backward. There are two fundamental factors behind the decline in commercial aeronautics in comparison to military aeronautics. There is no collective vision of our future. So earlier there was a collective vision, now there isn't. There's also need for a more aggressive pool of airplane design talents. So you need to have talent to create those planes. Now we just don't have it. Now, the next question that he asks is, can the history of aviation technology tell us something about the future of aeronautics? So are we in a better state in our evolution? Are the challenges of coming out with cheaper, better, faster design somehow inferior to those that are suited for faster, higher, further? Safety should improve greatly. 60 years from now, aircrafts will recover on their own if the pilot loses control. Satellites are the key not only to GPS, but also to in-flight communications, uplink weather, and even in-flight email. Also, there is some debate about what type of engines will power future airplanes, lightweight, turbine, turbocharged, diesel, or both. There is little debate about how these power plants will be controlled. Pilots of the future can look forward to more and better onboard safety equipment. So, essentially, this passage has spoken about everything about the future of the aviation industry. What kind of planes will be there? Will commercial planes be better? Will they improve their technology? What will be the safety? What kind of fuels will be using? Will the planes become unmanned? All the questions related to flights have been asked here. Fairly simple to read passage. Okay, here's your question. Take a look. Let's read it and let's see. Okay, here's your first question. Why might radars not be used a decade from now? What would be the reason why radars would not be used a decade from now? All right, here's your passage. Your question is there. Let's see if you can answer this. Come on, guys. What is the correct answer to this question? For the first question, what is the correct answer? Tilak. Why might radars not be used a decade from now? Because stealth technology will advance so much, it is pointless to use radar to detect aircraft. Because UAEs can remain over hostile territory for a longer period of time without any danger of being detected. Do computers on board will enable aircrafts to manage safe navigation on their own, or is it not feasible to increase the range of radars? Come on, guys. I've started getting some answers from you guys. Okay, Mruguja says C, CAT-101 says C, Sri Radhe says C. Let me see others. Darshan says 3, Shikhar says 3, B. Darshan says C, Tilak says C. Come on, guys, I need more answers from all of you. There's so many of you here. So let's take a look at this question and try and see. Where did you get this answer from? Why would radars not be used? We've spoken about the use of radars in this paragraph. It said that the new free flight concept will probably supplement the existing air traffic controls by computers on each plane to map the altitude, route, and weather. And so probably you will not need the radars anymore. So computers on board may just enable the aircraft to manage safe navigation on their own. And that is why they will not really need the radars. Look at option A. Stealth technology will advance so much that it is pointless to use radar, but the author has not said that it will advance so much, right? How much is so much? So therefore not A. UAVs can remain over hostile territory without any danger of being detected, but why would radars not be used will not make sense, right? It is not feasible. Again, not feasible is not something that the author says. He's not spoken about the radar side of it, right? So therefore, D was not a possible answer. All right. So the best answer here would have been option number C. All right. Let's look at the second question. Keep a track of your scores also, everyone. Okay. Whatever you're scoring, keep a track of that. We will count. So according to the author, now this means that this is purely a factual question. Commercial aeronautics, in contrast to military aeronautics, has declined because, among other things, let's take a look. What has happened? Speed and technology barriers are more easily overcome in military aeronautics. Collective vision of the past continues to drive civil and commercial aeronautics. Though the industry has a huge market, it has not attracted the right kind of aircraft designers. There's a shortage of materials like lightweight composites used in the commercial aeronautics. All right, so question number 2. Let's get your answers. Question 2, what's your answer going to be? Okay, Tilak says A. That's my first answer. Sri Radhe says A. Avtar says B. I'm waiting for more answers. Come on, everyone. Quick, quick, quick. Nitish says C. Darshan says A or B. Darshan, choose. Mruguja says C. Shikhar says C. All right. Where did you get this answer from? Can you spot the place? Please understand that any answer you get could be right or wrong, but you have to have a place in the passage where you have got this answer from, isn't it? So if I'm able to spot that specific position where this answer is coming from, where we've spoken about civil aviation has always lagged behind military technology, right? So we've already said that. Now, there are 2 fundamental factors behind the decline in comparison to military aeronautics. You said that also. Number 1, there is no collective vision of the future. And there's also a need for more aggressive pool of airplane design talents. So speed and technology barriers are more easily overcome in military aeronautics. Was not mentioned in the passage. So this is not something that you can say. The collective vision of the past continues to drive civil and commercial aeronautics. We don't know if the collective vision of the past continues to drive. He said there is no collective vision of our future. But that does not mean that there is a collective vision of the past and that's driving us. Though the industry has huge market, it has not attracted the right kind of, because we have said that there is a need for more aggressive pool of airplane design talent. So C can be a choice. There is a shortage of materials. No, they haven't said there is a shortage of materials. They're saying that technologies are much worse in civil aviation, right? The military technologies are much higher, much more advanced. So therefore not D. The best answer here will be option number C. Let's see if you did get. All right, Nitish said the 4th paragraph. Yes, Nitish, I think we were on the same page. After the second last paragraph. Yes, you got that absolutely right. The second last paragraph. This barring the early phase civil aviation wala passage, wala paragraph, that's the one. That's the 5th paragraph, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, so that's where your answer was, that it has not attracted the right kind of designers. It says that there is also a need for more aggressive pool of airplane design talents. All right, let's go to the 3rd question. Why is today a mock day? You can do your mock anytime you want. Yes, here's your 3rd question. Let's take a look. According to the first paragraph, which of the following is not false? Remember, the twisted framing has always to be corrected. So if it is not false, make it true. If it is true, except, make it false. If it is false, except, make it true. Okay, all of this is so important. You really need to keep this in mind. Okay. Yes, Sakshi, absolutely. Ask your doubt. Shikhar says question number 3. Shikhar says C is the correct answer. Which of the following is not false? Not false means true. Frank Whittle and Hans von Ohain were the first to conceive of jet propulsion. Were they the first? Can I teach from Hindi? Can I teach in Hindi? I can talk a bit in Hindi, yes, that will work. But can I teach in Hindi? I'm not really that good at Hindi. Yes, Mruguja, C is the correct answer. Sakshi, you're trying to crack an exam that is purely in English. You do understand that, na? तो मैं हिंदी में पढ़ा सकती हूँ, लेकिन तुम्हें कितना फायदा होगा वो मुझे नहीं मालूम. So what I'll do is I'll try and remain bilingual if that helps you. तो मैं हिंदी और इंग्लिश दोनों में आंसर्स दे दूंगी, एक्सप्लेन भी कर दूंगी. I hope that will help. Yes, Sri Radhe, of course, CAT is an English exam. It's all in English. So therefore, for me to speak in Hindi is not difficult, but it's pointless. Okay, but still. All right, let's take a look at this one. The answers very clearly. So Frank Whittle and Hans von Ohain were the first to conceive of the jet propulsion, but the passage has said that Laurin had already visualized it. So they were not the first. Supersonic fighters were first used in World War II. Where does the passage say that? It doesn't. Look at. See, no man had traveled faster than sound until 1950s. Again, that is not correct. The best answer is exploitation of jet propulsion has been remarkably fast. Yes, within this last 20 years, 12 or 13 years, 24 years, you went from jet propulsion to reaching the moon. So therefore, this has been extremely fast, and that's the one that will be true for us. Okay. See, C is incorrect because it says very clearly to the first faster than sound manned airplane in 1947. So therefore, it had already happened in 1947, and so 1950 would be incorrect. Okay. All right, let's go to question number 4. How much bigger can airplanes get? This is the 4th paragraph. Take a look at the questions. हाँ बिल्कुल रेयान. All right, let's take a look. So this one, it says, how much bigger can the plane get? What is this paragraph about? Question is asking you, ये paragraph किस चीज के बारे में है? So it's talking about the size of the airplanes, है ना? It says how much bigger can the airplane get? In the 50s they got speed, in 80s they became stealthy. Now they're getting smarter. तो पहले वो fast हुए, फिर स्टेल्दी हो गए, आप स्मार्टर हैं, लेकिन साइज कितना बड़ा होगा? So it may carry a load of about 840 passengers. So they're saying that the airplanes are going to be like really, really big. Okay. So this paragraph, is it about stealth, speed, avionics, and agility of the new aircraft? No, it's not about the stealth and speed and avionics and agility. It is about the size. Hai na? So the way aircraft size has been growing, that's what this paragraph was about. While explaining, also I had explained this to you. Use of computer automation, but that was not the fourth paragraph. Okay? Super jumbo jets that can take more than 500. But this paragraph was not just about the super jumbo jets. It was about the size of the aircrafts becoming much larger than they were. The super jumbo jets is a very specific example. Okay? I hope you got that. All right, let's get your scores in for this passage. Who got 4 out of 4? चलो फटाफट मुझे बताओ कितने लोगों के 4 on 4 आए हैं इस पैसेज पे, and then we'll go on to the next passage. Yes, I'm waiting for your scores. Two, 4, 3. Mruguja got all 4. Very good. Mruguja, excellent. Excellent. बहुत अच्छा. All right. Very nice. Huh? Okay, we'll go to the next one. Let's come to the second passage. Any doubts in the previous passage? Anyone? Or was it okay? Let's go to the second passage now. Here you are. So, okay, here's the second passage. Slightly more difficult. Like I said, we have kept the level of difficulty slower and slower. Okay. So, the next one will go up. You will find these questions on your My Zone, Sri Radhe. All right, so here's your passage. I have divided this into 2 parts. Here's the first part, and then we'll go to the second part also. All right. Here's the first part of your passage, slightly more difficult. All right, passage number 2, let's do this. Shri Radhe, these questions which they are on your My Zone, so you could have downloaded them previously and then just come for class. All right, let's read this. It says, pure love of learning. So always remember that the very first line of the passage generally tells you what this passage is all about. So when you're reading, the first and the last lines have to be paid a lot more attention than anything else. So it says, pure love of learning, of course, was a less compelling motive for those who became educated for careers other than teaching. So all those people who were getting into education for careers, the love of learning was never a motive, or it was the less compelling motive. What was the more compelling motive? That we need to know. Students of law in particular had a reputation for being materialistic careerists. Okay, so lawyers or budding lawyers were known to be very materialistic in an age when law was becoming known as the lucrative science, and its successful practice meant the best means for rapid advancement in the government of both church and state. So if you were trying to advance very quickly in either the state and the government of the country or in the church, you needed to know law. Medicine too had profit-making attraction. So I've had two examples, one of law, one of medicine, both saying that it is very profitable. Those who did not go into law or medicine could, if they had been well trained in the arts, gain positions at royal court or rise in the clergy. So the third thing that would help you was arts. So medicine, law, arts, you're getting, in each one of these, you would be able to earn money. Eloquent testimony. Eloquent means very, very easily understood and very beautiful. To the profit motive behind much of 12th century education was the lament of a student of Abelard around 1150. So see, here is a student who's crying about it. What is it? Lament means to cry, right? Christians educate their sons for gain, in order that one brother, if he be a clerk, may help his father and mother and his other brothers, saying that a clerk will have no heir and whatever he has will be ours and our other brothers. So he says very beautifully that the Christians want their children, their sons, to become clergy. Clerk here is not that bureaucratic clerk. This is the church wala person, somebody who's an official in a church. They wanted him because the clerks in the church would not marry. They would have no heirs. So whatever they owned and they earned would go to the brothers and their family. With the opening of positions in law, government and the church, education became a means for advancement not only in income but also in status. So status would also go up. Most who were educated were wealthy, but in the 12th century, more often than before, they were not. And they were able to rise through the ranks by means of their education. So they could grow. How? They would grow because they wanted to rise. The most familiar examples are Thomas Becket, who became the Chancellor of England and then the Archbishop of Canterbury, and John of Salisbury, who was born a plebeian. Plebeian means a very common person. But because of his reputation for learning, died as the Bishop of Chartres. So these are like some people who really grew through their education. So now look at this first paragraph. It says that people became educated not because of pure love of learning, but because they wanted to earn money out of it. Okay. Also, you would gain in status. So two advantages of education were: number one, money; number two, status. The instances of Becket and John of Salisbury bring us to the most difficult question concerning 12th century education. To what degree was it still a clerical preserve? So was education only related to the church? Despite the fact that throughout the 12th century, the clergy had a monopoly of instruction. So the church was only teaching. One of the outstanding medievalists of our day, R.W. Southern, refers with good reason to the institutions staffed by clergy as secular schools. So they were teaching, but they were teaching in secular schools. So how can we make sense out of the paradox that the 12th century schools were clerical and yet secular? So now understand, what is a paradox? Somebody tell me what is a paradox very quickly. All right. Very quickly tell me. What does paradox mean? Very good, Cat 101. Something that has two meaning. No, not Srivaradhe, not Rudivadi. That is orthodox. Yes, Nitish, very good. A contradiction sort of a thing. Yes. So a paradox is two contrasts put together. So yes, very good, Shikhar. Two conflicting notions existing at once or opposite things that exist simultaneously. No, not Rudivadi. Rudivadi is orthodox. We are talking of paradox. Paradox means two contrasting things put together. So imagine that the 12th century schools were clerical and yet secular. So they were staffed by the clergy, by the priest, and yet they were secular schools. So that was the paradox we are talking about. So let's look at the clergy side of it. Let's look at the priest side of it. So not only were all 12th century teachers, except professionals and craftsmen in church order, but in Northern Europe, students in school had clerical status and looked like priests. So all the teachers and the students in Northern Europe looked like priests. They had the priestly status also. Not that all really were priests. So they were not all priests, but because they were students, they had the legal privileges that were given to the priests, to the clergy. So that's number one, that the teachers and the students all had the privileges that the clergy would get. Furthermore, now remember, furthermore means another additional point. The large majority of 12th century students, outside of the possible exception of Italy, if not already priests, became so after their studies. So they were, even if they were not studying for priesthood, they became priests. So for these reasons, the term cleric was often used to denote a man who was literate, and the term layman was used for a person who was illiterate. So cleric represented a man who was literate because he would study and then he would join the church. The illiterate person was the lay person or the layman. The word cleric, clerk continued to be a synonym for student or for a man who could write, while the French word clerk even today has the connotation of an intellectual. So therefore, yes, they were clerical and yes, they were secular also. All right, now let us read and see why they were secular. So we've said that they were clerical because they were studying for that. But the schools were still secular. So that's the paradox we are talking about. Let's take a look. So despite all this, 12th century education was taking on many secular qualities in its environment, goals, and curriculum. So even though there were the priests, the teachers, and the students would all become priests, the education was still secular in its environment, goals, and curriculum. So take a moment and read. Student life obviously became more secular when it moved out from the monasteries into bustling towns. So till such time that they were in the monasteries, students were very much influenced by the church. But when they came out into towns, the schools became less religious and more secular. Most students wandered from town to town in search not only of good masters, but also worldly excitement. And as the 12th century progressed, they found the best of each in Paris. So they would get good teachers, but they would also get excitement. Everything would be very exciting. Life would be fun and all of that. More important than environment was the fact that most students had secular goals. So even though they had entered the clergy, their goals were very secular. So theology, which was theology, remember, theos is God, right? And logy, of course, we know is study. Theology, of course, we understand is the study of God, right? So, or the study of religion. So theology was recognized as the queen of sciences, but very few did it. They used their study of liberal arts as a preparation for law, medicine, government service, or advancement in the ecclesiastical hierarchy, means in the church. So all of them, whatever they were studying, the advantage of that they were taking in their education in the church, or their growth in the church, or taking it as a base for learning education, of learning medicine, law, whatever. So this being so because they were using it for preparation for law, the curriculum of liberal arts became more sophisticated and more divorced from religion. So that is why liberal arts separated from religion. Teaching was almost still exclusively in Latin, and the first book most often read was the Psalter. But further education was not similar to a church school. A choir school is a church school. The discipline of rhetoric was transformed from a linguistic study into instruction in how to compose letters and documents. So rhetoric was no longer just a study of language or grammar. It became how to create documents, letters. There was a new stress on logic, and in all liberal arts and philosophy texts, more advanced were introduced. So you had more advanced stuff that was being read. Along with the rise of logic, so you had the rise of logic, you also came the translation of Greek and Arabic philosophical and scientific works. So now see, logic came in, but also came in philosophy and science from Greeks and the Arabs. Most important was the translation of almost all writings of Aristotle. So Aristotle was one of the most famous philosophers, logicians. His works were all translated from Greek into Latin or in English, as well as sophisticated Arabic commentators, which helped to bring about an intellectual revolution, which was based on Greek rationalism. On a more prosaic means practical level, contact with Arabs resulted in the introduction in the 12th century of the Arabic numeral system and the concept of zero. So now came the zero into the Western education. Even though most Westerners first resisted this and made crude jokes about zero as an ambitious number that counts for nothing and yet wants to be counted, the system steadily made inroads first in Italy and then throughout Europe, thereby vastly simplifying arts of computation and record keeping. So now came in zero. All right. So that was that. All right. Let's take a look at the questions. Got some very beautiful questions. All right. Here is your first question. According to the passage, what led to the secularization of curriculum in the liberal arts in the 12th century? So was it that it was divorced from religion and its influences? Was it that students used it mainly as a base for studying law and medicine? Was it that teaching could no longer be conducted exclusively in Latin? Or was it that Arabic was introduced into the curriculum? All right, I'm getting your answers. Come on, guys. Yes, Mrugaja says B. Bhavesh says B. Bharat says B. Nitish says B. I'm waiting for more answers. So what led to the secularization we have spoken about here, right? That it was number one, that it was divorced from religion and its influences. Number two, that students used it mainly as a base for studying law and medicine. Teaching could no longer be. So C, absolutely incorrect. D, absolutely incorrect. So we have only two choices, A and B, which we need to understand and say why secularization of curriculum of liberal arts. So because the students used it mainly as a base for studying. See, here it is given. Instead, they use the study of liberal arts as a preparation for law, medicine, government service, or advancement. This being so, the curriculum became more sophisticated and more divorced from religion. So the students were using it as a base for studying law and medicine, and that is why it became divorced from religion. So therefore, the best answer will be option number B. Yes, very good. Darshan got it. Cat 101, Shikhar, Shri Radhe, Swagger Boy. Absolutely. All right, let's look at question number 2. According to the author, in the 12th centuries, individuals were motivated to get higher education because. Why did people want to get educated? What was the reason? Yes, Avtar says A is the correct answer. Ish says A, Charu says A, Shikhar says A, Alisha says A, Bhavesh says A. Yes, they wanted to get education because it was a means for material advancement and higher status. The very first paragraph spoke about that, right? So it was a means for advancement not only in income but also in status. It gave people with wealth an opportunity, but they already had an opportunity. It offered a coveted place for those with a love of learning. They've said that pure love of learning was a less compelling motive. So therefore, that was not the motive. Directly added to the income levels. What do you mean by directly added to the income levels? We don't understand this or no. So the best answer here will be option number A. All right, let's look at the third question. In the passage, 12th century schools were clerical and yet secular. That was a question that we discussed so much. There was a paradox that we said that 12th century schools were clerical and yet secular. So why was that happening? Yes, very good. Okay, Avtar gives me D as the answer. Many teachers were craftsmen and professionals who did not form part of the church, but that's not true. While the students had the legal privileges accorded to the clergy and looked like priests, not all were really priests. But that is not the reason why the schools were clerical and yet secular. The term cleric denoted a literate individual rather than a strict association, but again, that's not the reason. So D, though the clergy had a monopoly in education, the environment, objectives, and curriculum in the school were becoming secular. So clearly, yes, Mruguja gave me a good answer. D, Darshan also. Bhavesh, no. B is not the right answer. CAT 101, D is the correct answer. All right, let's look at the fourth question. What does the sentence Christians educate their sons will be ours and the other brothers imply? So we had said this in the very first paragraph when we spoke about that Abelard person who was crying, the student of Abelard who said Christians educate their sons for gain in order that one brother may help his father and mother his other brothers, saying that a clerk will not have anything and whatever. Yes. So let me get your answers. Yes, I'm waiting for your answers. Okay, B is the correct answer. A lot of you have given B as the answer. Let's see. Christian family was a close unit, but that's not the reason why they want their sons to work and not have. They educated their sons not so much for the love of learning as for material gain. Yes, that was what the passage said. They believed very strongly in educating their sons in the church too, but they were not educating all their sons. The relationship between the parents and their sons, but it was not exploitative for all the sons, by the way. So they would just put one or two of the sons into the church. So not D, not C, not A. The best answer will be B. All right. So for this set, let's get your scores. Who got 4 on 4? Did you get a 4? What's your score? Quickly. Give me. Everyone. CAT 1014, Aftar also got 4. Very good. Alicia, Ruguja, very good. Shikhar, very good. Divya, Charu, Nitish, Varad, Shikhar, Bhavesh, Darshan. Bhavesh got 3, Darshan got 4, Charu got 2, Varad got 4. All right, very nice. Alicia got 2, excellent. Okay, all right, very good. So that brings us to the end of the second passage. Let's get into the third one right now. Okay, I've split this into again 2 parts. So here's the first one. I'm going to give you a bit of time to read this one and then we will discuss. This is a much, again, the questions are easy, so you should not find it very difficult. All right, so this passage talks about the Panchayati Raj, which is the lower level of federalism in our polity, is very firmly entrenched as the earlier holder in higher layer where the union government and the state is. So he says, like the democratic institutions at the higher level, at the Panchayati Raj, they're protected by the constitution. All the essential features are in the by PRI as well as in the upper level also. Then he says, but remember, wherever there is a but, there is going to be a twist in the tail. But look closely and you will discover a fatal flaw. What is this fatal flaw that we are talking about? Yes, Arihant. So the fatal flaw is that there is a dilemma in the Panchayati Raj institution at the intra-state level, which does not exist in the interstate and the union state layers. Now, what is the flaw has many causes, but all of them are rooted in a historical anomaly. Anomaly is what? An aberration. So, कुछ problem है. that while the dynamics of federalism and democracy have given added strength to the rights given to the states, they have worked against the rights of the panchayats. So federalism and democracy, even though have added value to the states, it has worked against the panchayats, and that's the problem. So this anomaly has worked against the Panchayati Raj system. So at both levels of our federal system, there is a same tussle between who has rights and who try to encroach upon them if they believe they can. So union government was able to encroach upon the state rights because the single dominant party system allowed the center state, to control. So any party in power at the union level had extra constitutional political levers. Second, the Supreme Court had not yet extended the limits of its power. But all that has changed. The spurt that the multi-party democracy came by, when emergency was overthrown, became a long-term trend because a vigorously democratic multi-party system works in a political society in a very different way. And that is why all of this has changed, right? It gives political clout to all the various segments that constitute the society. The second reason, because of the linguistic or reorganization of the states, language-based reorganization. So the most assertive segments have spoken as a state. Thirdly, with the single party dominance becoming a thing of the past at the union level, so central government is not single party. Governments are only multi-party. So the state level parties are major players. So the union government cannot do much about anything unless it has a sufficient number of state level parties also. So the Indian federalism that the states and the center together work is now more real. But is an unfortunate side effect that India's Panchayati Raj system has become less real. It has actually is not working as it should have, right? So therefore, that is that's your first part of the passage. What is the problem? Let's take a look at the second part of the passage also. Read this one. So by the time the Panchayati Raj institution, the PRI is the Panchayati Raj institution, they came on the scene, most of the political space had been taken up by the center and then whatever was left in the state. So the center was prominent, then the states. Now the Panchayati Raj institutions, the PRIs come, even if they wanted some space and they wanted to rest means to wrestle, snatch from the states, they were not able to because now the states had already taken away, taken off encroachment from center. So the states were not interested in letting the PRIs do the encroachment. So by the 80s and the 90s, the only nationally left, the Congress party had gone deeper into a siege mentality. Because it was surrounded by state level party, it sort of built walls, it fought against them. They did not win them over. So that was a problem. Then the states retaliated by blocking Congress proposals for Panchayati Raj. They thought that the center would use the panchayats to bypass the state government. Because Congress is in the center, state governments are enemies to them, they're not working together. And then the Panchayati Raj. So the states are thinking that the central government will wrest power from them using the PRI. So the state government would not let them do anything. So the powers proposed by the Congress for Panchayat are very similar to the powers of the state. Now the state level leaders feared that if the Panchayati level leaders captured some of the PRIs, then there would be pressure on the state level leaders also. So it soon became obvious to the Congress leaders that there's no way that the Panchayati Raj amendments would happen, would not be allowed to happen unless the state level parties got their desires, their pound of flesh. So the amendments were allowed only after it was agreed that the power of the panchayat would be listed in the constitution. So they would be defined and endowed on PRIs by the state legislature. Now, when the state comes in, then all the state governments will do their own desires, no? So that left the door wide open for the states to exert the power of the new political fact that while the union and state governments could afford to ignore panchayats, as long as the MLAs were happy, the union government had to be very careful about the state government's desires. So the state government actors got a strong control on both the center and the PRIs. So the interstate and in the intrastate federalism, they got good control. So by using various administrative devices and non-elected parallel structures, the state governments have subordinated their PRIs to the state administration and given the upper hand to state government officials against the elected head of the PRIs. So in effect, making the PRI absolutely useless. It's a toothless tiger. So the panchayats became local agencies for implementing schemes drawn up in different state capitals. And their own volition means their willingness, desire, has been further circumscribed, means controlled by a plethora of centrally sponsored schemes. So now they're not able to do much. Now these are drawn up by even more distant central authorities, but they tie up local staff and resources, right? Because they're saying that we'll switch off the scheme if there isn't a matching local contribution. Now the local contribution cannot come, so therefore there is a problem. So the foreign aid syndrome can be clearly seen at work behind this kind of grassroots development. So therefore the PRI is not really able to do well. That's a big problem for them. They can't do well, but they can't help it also. Okay. So that's your passage. Let's take a look at this. What is the central theme of the passage here? Let's take a look. Is it that our grassroots development at the PRI is now driven by the foreign aid syndrome? Is it that the Panchayati Raj is firmly entrenched at the lower level of our federal system of governance? Is it a truly federal polity has not developed since PRIs have not been allowed the necessary political space? Or is that union government and state level parties are engaged in a struggle for the protection of their respective rights? Come on. Aftab says C is the correct answer. Mruguja says C is the correct answer. CAT-101 says C is the correct answer. Let's take a look. So the author here spoke about, what all did he speak about? Let's understand. He spoke about the PRIs. What did he say? That the PRIs were ineffective. Why? Because the state did not want them to be effective and the center couldn't help much. Right? So that is what we are trying to say. The author's opinion about this whole PRI is not very positive. He is not very happy. He is not very negative also, but not very positive definitely. All right. So we are talking of the PRI. So it says grassroots development at Panchayati level is now driven by the foreign aid syndrome. Yes, but that was just very last part of the passage, not the central theme. So eliminate A. Panchayati Raj is firmly entrenched at the lower level. The problem is it is not firmly entrenched, right? He said at first sight it looks as though Panchayati Raj is as firmly entrenched. But is it? No. So B is not possible. A truly federal polity has not been developed since PRIs have not been allowed. Yes, that is so true. So C can be a good choice. The union government and state level parties are engaged in a struggle for the protection of their respective rights. But what about the PRIs? Where are the PRIs mentioned in D? They are not. So therefore, the best answer for us will be option number C. Yes, Bharat. Yes, Nitish. Very good. All right, let's go to the second question. The sentence in the last paragraph, and their own volition has been further circumscribed. We have seen this sentence. I'm just going to highlight this. And their own volition has been further circumscribed by a plethora of centrally sponsored schemes. Here we are. I marked it out. Is it the weakening of the local institutions? So what is this sentence referring to? Is it the weakening of the local institutions' ability to plan according to their needs? Is it the increasing demands made on the elected local leader to match central grants with local contributions? Is it the empowering of PR panchayat systems as implementers of schemes from state capitals, or is it the process by which the prescribed central schemes are reformulated by local elected leaders? Which of these will be the correct answer? Ruguja says A is the correct answer. Avtar says D is the correct answer. Let's take a look. Let's try and use, okay, so this passage, this statement, let's read this passage. Always, whenever there's a specific line that they're asking you, read a couple of lines above and below. So he says, this has given state level actors strong beachheads on the shores of both intra and interstate federalism. By using various administrative devices and non-elected parallel structures, state governments have subordinated their PRIs to the state administration and given upper hand to state government officials. Panchayats have become local agencies for implementing schemes drawn up in the distant state capitals, and their own volition has been further circumscribed by a plethora of centrally sponsored schemes. So their own desire has weakened, right? It has been very limited. So weakening of the local institutions' ability to plan according to their needs is what is the correct answer. The increasing demands is not what this line refers to. The empowering of panchayat systems, the panchayat systems have been circumscribed, so they're not being empowered anyway. The process by which the prescribed schemes are reformulated is not mentioned. So the best answer will be option number A. All right, let's look at the third question here. Yes, Swagger Boy, Charu, CAT-101, Bharat. All right. So the correct answer was A. Let's look at this. What is the dilemma at the intrastate level mentioned in the first paragraph of the passage? We've spoken of a dilemma. What was the dilemma? The letter of the Constitution as well as the spirit of the present polity have exposed the intrastate level to a dilemma. So what is this dilemma? Should the state governments wrest more space from the union before considering the panchayati system? Should the rights similar to those that the states managed to get be extended to panchayats as well? Should the single party system which has withered away be brought back to the level of the states? Or should the states get their pound of flesh before allowing the union government to pass any more laws? Well, the dilemma essentially is that because the state and the center, there's this big fight that is going on, right? So should the state governments rest more space? But the dilemma is at the intrastate level for the panchayati raj institutions. So should the state government rest more space from the union? No, that would be state and center level. So no, we are looking at the intrastate inside the state. So should the rights similar to those that the states manage to get be extended to panchayats as well? This could be the dilemma, right? Should the single party system be brought back? No, but that was not what the dilemma was. Should the states get their pound? Again, it was not about the states, it was about the PRIs. So therefore, B is the only one that refers to the PRI. A, C and D are all referring to the state governments, and understand that this was about the PRIs, and therefore A, C, and D cannot be right. So remember, a lot of times the options will just sidetrack you. So something mentioned in the passage will just be given or will just be conveyed to you in order to confuse you and take you to a sidetrack. So sidetrack options were A, C, and D, all three. You were looking for the panchayat, right? Or the panchayat institutions, but that was not happening, right? So therefore, B will be the correct answer. Okay, let's look at the last question of this set. What is the fatal flaw that the passage was mentioning? You'll discover, you'll discover a fatal flaw. I will mark this fatal flaw here. This line, the letter of the Constitution as well as the spirit of the present polity have exposed the intrastate level of our federal system to a dilemma of which the interstate and union levels are. They're all rooted in a historical anomaly that while the dynamics of the federalism and democracy have given added strength to the rights given to the states, they have worked against the rights of the panchayats. This is where you should get your answer from. Okay. The ways in which the democratic multi-party system works in an assertively pluralistic society like India's are flawed. Mechanisms that our federal system uses at the union government level to deal with the states are imperfect. The instruments that have ensured federalism at one level have been used to achieve the opposite at another. Or the Indian constitution and the spirit of the polity are fatally flawed. Okay, I've started getting my answers. Shikhar says B, Charu says B, Bharat says B, Avtar says C, Mruguja says C. Okay, Varada said C, sorry, my bad. Bhavesh says B. All right, let's take a look. So the flaw was very clearly mentioned that whatever you bought in one place has not really worked in the other place, right? So the instruments that have ensured federalism at the state level have been used to achieve the opposite at the PRI level. Therefore, C would be the correct answer here. The ways in which the democratic multi-party system works is flawed. Now, that was not the fatal flaw that we were mentioning here. We were looking for our answer in this place. Always remember, whenever a particular word is mentioned, you must go there. Read a couple of lines above, read a couple of lines below, and find your answer. The mechanism that our federal system uses at the union government level to deal with the state are imperfect, but that was not the fatal flaw. The Indian constitution and the spirit of the polity are fatally flawed. Again, that was not the right answer. Please understand, remember the pronoun antecedent rule. Okay, what is the pronoun antecedent rule? That if there is a pronoun here in any line, it is going to refer to something in the previous line. Okay, if a word is defined in a particular place, then it will be explained somewhere. So please look for the explanations, look for the antecedents. They really exist in the passage and they will really help you. Okay. All right. Let's get your scores in for this passage. Who got what? Out of the 4 questions in this passage, by now we've done 12 questions. So I need your score, overall score out of 12. How many questions did you get? Okay, Cat got 3 out of 4 in this one. Guys, give me your total score out of 12 questions. Let me rewrite it. Let me ask for a 12 question score. Out of the 12 questions that we have done, Bharat has got 4 on 4. Come on, quickly. Yes, Cat has got 9 out of 12. Very good. Mruguja has got 12 out of 12. Very nice. Others? Others, anyone? No scores? Only 2 people have got this scores? Bharat has got 10. Shikhar has got 8. Very nice. Others? There's so many of you. Charu, Avtar, Swagger Boy, Nitish, Alisha, Darshan, Bhavesh. All right, very good. Let's go to the next passage. Okay, this is a very interesting passage. All right. Please read. This is something that you can read on your own. I don't really have to read this with you. In terms of the passage, it is fairly easy. Maybe in terms of the questions, it might be a little more difficult. But so far as the passage is concerned, it is fairly easy. Hi, everyone. Okay, this is the 4th passage that we are doing today. Very nice passage, this one also. Yeah, I will remove the pinned chat. Absolutely. Is it better now? I'll also remove myself from the screen. All right, guys. All right, guys, let's take a look at this part of the passage. I'm sure you've read it. I did not want to read it because I wanted you guys to read and get the sense of the passage. So let's take a look at the questions. Here are your questions. So this was about a person whose father is a blue collar worker and he himself has gone to college and taken education, and therefore he is now moved into the middle class, and he speaks about the problems that a straddler like him would have, because the context of the middle class is so much different, the cultural milieu that they're in is very different, and therefore when a child from a blue collar background moves into the middle class, there is much that he doesn't know, right? And that is what this passage talks about, essentially, that culture of the middle class is so much more different from the culture of the working class, and therefore the things that a person in the middle class automatically assumes or imbibes from his family or from his milieu is something that people from the working class don't really understand. Working class kids, the blue collar kids, are taught to work hard, that merit is rewarded, that they need to follow rules, which is exactly the opposite of what the middle class is taught. What the blue collar child is being taught is how to conform, and what the middle class child learns or imbibes is how creativity, how innovation, how your knowing somebody helps, all of that, how networking is good. So that's the difference between the two groups that the passage talks about. Okay, so let's take a look at the questions and we'll discuss them. Here you are, your first question. Which of the following statements about cultural capital is not true? Again, remember the twisted questions. Not true is very clearly false. Not false is true. We've discussed this earlier also. Okay, so let's do this. What is this thing about cultural capital? Which of the following statements about cultural capital is not true? Find out. So it socializes children early into the norms of middle class institutions. It helps them learn the language of universities and corporations. It creates a sense of enlightenment in middle class children, and it develops bright kids into straddlers. Which of these is true? Come on, let's identify which of these are true and which of these will not be true. Aryan says D is the correct answer. Mruguja also says D is the correct answer. Swagger boy. All right, let's quickly take a look. So the passage here very clearly said that the middle class is something that does have cultural capital. So the children of the middle class are very early on socialized into the norms. So that's true. Look at the second one. It helps them learn the language of universities and corporation. And that's also true because the middle class parents are already coming from those universities and corporations. And therefore, they're very much entrenched into it, right? So their children also learn these things. It creates a sense of enlightenment in the middle class children also. They know this stuff. They're able to use diplomacy, nuance, politics to get ahead and all of that. Right? So therefore, C was also true. So therefore, clearly A, B, and C cannot be the right answer. The correct answer will be D. It develops bright kids into straddlers. No, cultural capital is not something that is developing bright kids into straddlers. Please understand, the straddlers are those people who have moved from the working class, the blue collar society, into the middle class by virtue of having gone to college. Okay, so therefore D, which is not true, will be the correct answer here. Okay, yes, very good, Alicia, very good, Shikhar. Cat101, you got it wrong this time. Swagger boy, good. Varad, good. Excellent. All right, let's look at the next question. Question number 2 here. According to the passage, the patterns of socialization of working class children make them most suited for jobs that require. So remember, the socialization of the working class children was mentioned in the last paragraph, right at the end, where we said that the working class people perform jobs that they're closely supervised in, and they're expected to follow orders and instructions. And that's exactly what they teach their kids also. So what sort of jobs are they trained for? Is it diplomacy? Is it compliance with orders? Is it enterprise and initiative? Is it high risk taking? Yes, the correct answer is not diplomacy. Remember, diplomacy is a characteristic feature of the middle class, so no. Is it compliance with order? Yes, the blue collar people are expected and required to follow orders and instructions. So compliance with order is something that they do very well. Enterprise and initiative, again, that's the middle class trait that we're talking of. So no. High risk taking, again, middle class trait that we're talking of. So no. So the correct answer here will be option number B, compliance with order. All right, when straddlers enter white collar jobs, they get lost. That was a very interesting thought. Yeah. Why is it that the straddlers get lost when they enter white collar jobs? Let's find out. This was the third paragraph was where they mentioned this. But for the white collar kids of blue collar parents, the office is not necessarily a sanctuary. It's not a place. It's not a safe place. Safe place as in somebody's going to come and shoot them. But it's not a comfortable place for them. In corporate America, where the rules are based on notions foreign to working class people, a straddler can get lost. Okay. So what is happening? Are they thrown into an alien value system? Their families have not read the rules in corporate manuals. What corporate manuals are there for socialization? They have no one to guide them through the corporate maze. They miss the mom and pop orthodoxy. Why do they get lost? Again, if you can't find the answer, go back to that paragraph, look for the line, look for the keyword, and then spot a line above and below, read it, and then find your answer. Okay, every time look for the keywords. So for example, here you're looking for straddlers, white collar, lost. These are the three things I think that will help you get your answer, right? So clearly they've thrown into an alien value system, and that's the problem, right? They don't know what is happening. They've not read this thing. They've not understood how to use diplomacy, nuance, tax, politics to grab what they need. They don't know networking, all of that. So the value system is very different. So that's why they get lost. It's not that their families, it's not about the families, that they have not read the rules. It's not that they have no one to guide. Please understand there's an extreme option. So no. They missed the moment. Where was this mentioned? Nowhere. So therefore, D was something that was alien to us and therefore not correct. Remember, while you're eliminating options, keep beast in mind. I'll reiterate, beast. B stands for broad or narrow. So something that is very, very generic or general, or something that is very limited to a single line or a single word in the passage, eliminate. Extreme options, eliminate. Anything that uses all, any, all, always, must, necessarily, no, never, stuff like that. Unless it's mentioned in the passage, eliminate. Anything that's not mentioned in the passage, that is out of scope of the passage, that's your alien option. Eliminate, eliminate, eliminate. Sidetrack, something that's mentioned in the passage in one random corner but is not relevant to where you are getting your keywords, eliminate. Tone mismatch, author is happy, passage is unhappy, cannot be your answer, right? Option is unhappy, the author is happy, cannot match. The passage is ironic. Your option is caustic, cannot match. Eliminate all the tone mismatches also. So keep beast in mind while you're eliminating options, guys. That's very, very important. All right, let's look at the fourth question. Okay. What does this author's statement illustrate? Now, this type of question, why does the author mention something? What has he used this for? These are very specific questions from, the logical type of questions. Remember, there are three types of questions in CAT: the global questions, the local questions, and the logical questions. A lot of times, writers will quote something, they'll give you some data, they'll mention some name for a particular purpose because they want to bring out something. So that becomes very important. That becomes a question pocket. So while you're reading also, you must pay attention to these things. What are the question pockets? So question pockets could be names, right? They could be dates. They could be quotations. They could be comparisons. So something is compared to something. They could be analogies. You understand what an analogy is. Analogy is also a comparison only, right? But it's not necessarily using a word of comparison. So these are important. When you see one of these, your mind should tell you immediately, that light bulb moment should happen, that something important could be here. So for example, this statement, my father wasn't interested in what, Thucydides, whatever, and I wasn't up on the arches. Why does he mention this? Is it about the organic capital, cultural capital? Is it about professional arrogance and social distance? Is it about the evolving social transformation, or is it about the breakdown of family relationships? Has the author and his father, have they broken up? Are they unhappy with each other? Do they no longer like each other? Yeah, is that what this is about? So Mruguja says D, Aryan says B, Nikhil says C, Alicia says C, Shikhar says B also. Cat10, I got a range of answers here. That's very interesting. Now, clearly, when this was mentioned in that very first paragraph somewhere, yeah. So my father wasn't interested in this and I wasn't up. So this is mentioned to show the difference in life that the author has, from his father. So there is a big difference. The father is a working class person. The author is a middle class person. He's somebody who's moved out from that blue collar lifestyle into a white collar lifestyle, right? He is the straddler. So they're no longer being able to connect. But that was not about the organic cultural capital, right? It's also not about professional arrogance, because where was the professional arrogance mentioned in this passage? Nowhere. Was it about the evolving social transformation? Yes, it was. How the author has moved from the blue collar lifestyle into the white collar lifestyle. The transformation of the author from one to another is what this passage is about. Is it about the breakdown of family relationships? Clearly not. It was not that the author is unhappy with his father or the father is unhappy with the daughter or with the author. So therefore, correct answer would have been option number C. Okay. All right. I'm getting some answers. Wonderful. Very nice, you guys. Okay, let's go to I think we'll only be able to do one more passage. So for questions 17 to 20, here's your passage. Very interesting one about the Greek architecture. Let's read this one. Take a moment, read, and I'll help you go through the passage. All right. I hope you're reading. This is a very interesting passage about Greek art. All right. I'm going to move myself out of the screen. You read the passage and then we will discuss the questions. Giving you 2 minutes on each page. All right. I hope you have read the passage, everyone. This is such a nice one, no? The difference between Greek architecture, Hindu architecture, and also the Egyptian architecture. How beautifully they have depicted the difference between the three types or the three schools of architecture. The Hindus being very full of adornment, the Greeks very huge. So that's how. Let's take a look at the questions. The first question here. The Greeks flung a challenge to nature in the fullness of their joyous strength. Which of the following best captures the challenge that is being referred to? What challenge are we talking about? What is this joyous strength and this challenge that the Greeks have flung? Is it to build a monument matching the background colors of the sky and the sea? Is it to build a monument bigger than nature's creation? Is it to build monuments that were more appealing to the mind and spirit than nature's creation? That's interesting. Or is it to build a small but architecturally perfect monument? What is it that these guys want to do? Mruguja says C is the correct answer. Which line did we pick it up from, Mruguja? Can somebody tell me where this was mentioned, the joyous challenge of something and something? Who knows where this was? It was very beautifully mentioned here. Huh? The Greeks flung a challenge to nature in the fullness of their joyous strength. They set their temples on the summit of a hill overlooking the wide sea outlined against the circle of the sun. They would build what was more beautiful than hill and sea and sky and greater than all of this. So they don't care about the size. What they care about is the beauty of it. His spirit could discover its beauty, right? So therefore, to build monuments that were more appealing to the mind and spirit than nature's creation, that was the challenge that the Greeks had pulled out, right? Yes, Mruguja, thank you, thank you. The very last paragraph, I hope you've been able to spot like I have. Okay. So C, that is the correct answer. It was not to build a monument matching the background colors, not to build the monument bigger, because he says, it doesn't matter if the temple is large or small. So the size was not relevant to the Greeks. To build a small, but again, it was not about small or large, it was about beauty, right? So therefore, best answer C. All right, let's look at the next question. Question number 2, which of the following is not a characteristic of Greek architecture according to the passage? Is it a lack of excess? Is it a simplicity of form? Is it expression of intellect? Or is it mystic spirituality? Where was this mystic spirituality coming from? Where was this expression of intellect coming from? Simplicity of form? Or is it a lack of excess? What is not a characteristic? So a lack of excess clearly is a characteristic. Simplicity of form is also a characteristic. Was it an expression of intellect that we are looking at? Or was it the mystic spirituality that we were talking about? I know A and B are both characteristics of the Greek architecture. So D, you say, is the correct answer. Expression of intellect also is a characteristic of Greek architecture. Very good. Yes. Greek art is intellectual art. We had said somewhere. Yeah, see? Here. So therefore, not C also. So best answer will be D. All right, let's look at the next question. From the passage, which of the following combinations can be inferred to be correct? Let's take a moment and see which of these can be inferred to be correct. Is it the Hindu temple, power of nature? Is it Parthenon and simplicity? Is it Egyptian temple and mysticism? Or is it Greek temple and symbolism? Which is correct? You can simply go into the passage and search for these answers and mark your answer. Always remember the local questions, that is the questions that are from the passage. You must always go into the passage, check up your answer and then mark. It's a question of 3 marks, or a question of -1. Therefore, you must make sure that you know. So check and identify what the correct answer is. Yeah, okay. Question number 3, I'm getting my answer as Mruguja says B. Alicia says D. Alicia, check and tell me. Aryan, check and tell me. Mruguja, check and tell me which of these is inferred to be correct. The Hindu temple is a conglomeration of adornment. Yeah. So clearly it is not about the power of nature. So I can do away with that. So A, eliminate. The Parthenon is an example of simplicity. Can we find that? Greek architecture of the Great Age is the expression of men who were intellectual artists, kept firmly within the visible world by their mind, but only second to that, lovers of the human world. It's a perfect expression of pure intellect, illumined by the spirit. No other great buildings anywhere approach its simplicity. In the Parthenon, straight columns rise to plain capitals. A pediment is sculptured in bold relief. There's nothing more. So that is something that is correct, right? Look at the third one. The Egyptian temple is mysticism. No, they're like, it's a representation of force. Right? If you look at the passage, this paragraph, it starts in the gigantic temples of Egypt, those massive immensities of granite. Power, force, that is what the Egyptian temples were all about. They're not about mysticism. So therefore, C cannot be the answer. Look at D, Greek temples are all about symbolism. No, they're not about symbolism. So clearly not that. It is very first paragraph. There is little symbolism in Greek art. When you say little, please understand that means no. When you say a little, it means some. But when you say little, it essentially means no or almost no. Okay, so there is little symbolism in Greek art means there is none. So that means D cannot be right. So the best answer here is going to be option number B. Okay, I hope you got that. All right, let's go to the next question. I hope all of you did get this one right. Okay, according to the passage, what conception of man can be inferred from Egyptian architecture? What conception of man? What does he think of man? Man is the center of creation. Egyptian temples save man from unhuman forces. Temples celebrate man's victory over nature, or man is inconsequential before the tremendous force of nature. Egyptian temples, those massive immensities of granite that look as if only the power that moves the earthquake are mighty enough to bring them into existence. Egypt is where you have the what do you have in the Egypt? Now suddenly look. So think of the pyramids when you think of, yeah, thank you, Shikhar. That was just, I could not just, think of the pyramids suddenly. Yes, the pyramids or this great sphinx. Imagine these creations. And they're huge, they're humongous. And man, when he stands in front of any of these, will he feel anything else other than the fact that he is inconsequential? Yeah? So therefore, D has to be the best answer. The temple celebrate man's victory. No, man is inconsequential. Man is like, imagine that 30-story tall pyramid or that great sphinx. Man, man is nowhere in front of it. So therefore, it cannot celebrate man's victory. They save man from unhuman forces. No, man is the center of creation. No, none of these would work. Only option D would work. Yes. All right. So we have done 20 questions by now. And I want you to tell me what your score is in this whole set out of 20 questions. And you've done some very nice questions also. Quickly tell me. Yes, Abhishek. Yes, Mruguja. Yes, Varad, Shikhar, Alicia, Swagger Boy. Swagger Boy, out of 20, all the questions. Let's see. We spent 2 hours on doing 20 questions. I think that was a good set of questions that we did. Let's get your score out of 20. What have you scored out of 20? Yes, very nice, Mriguja. Yeah, of course. Thank you, Karel Launcher, Neha. Yeah, guys, all of you can hit the like button if you really like the session. If you're finding this to be helpful, we'll do more sessions, more practice in just a minute. Okay, Varada's got 17, good. Alicia, 15. Cat 101, 15. That's nice. Yes. Others, let's get your scores in. Yeah, Shikhar, 16. All right, very nice, you guys. Okay. All right, so what we'll do is we will start with the second part of our session in just a minute. We're at 11:59. At 12 we'll start. So meantime, let me just put up my slide and we will get started with this one. Okay. All right, guys. Let's do this. Good, Shikhar. Very nice. So in our next segment, we are going to be discussing verbal ability. We'll take a look at the various types of questions that we get in verbal ability, including parajumble, odd sentence parajumbles, as well as sentence placement questions. Yes, Swagger boy, I'm going to give you a short break. Okay, 5 minutes will do. I hope that will do. So you can go get something to eat. I'm here. You can be here. In the meantime, if anyone has any doubts, you can always ask me. 15-minute break, Swagger boy, that will be just too much. You have to go outside to eat or what? Just bring your food here. Yeah. So let's take a 5-minute break and then we'll come back and we'll start with this. I'm here. So if you do have any questions, feel free to ask. Where can you find these passages, Bhavesh? You can find these passages in MyZone. If you go to MyZone, you'll be able to find these as Bootcamp VA and Bootcamp RC sheets. They're all there. I'm giving you a 5-minute break. We come back at 12:05 and restart. Okay. All right. All right, guys, we are back from the break. I hope you're all here. I promised a break for 5-7 minutes. I've given you. I also went and took a break. I got some juice. Now having it. All right, shall we do this now? Let's get started with the questions on VA, and then we'll take it forward from there. Okay, everyone? If you haven't hit the like button, please make sure that you do. If you haven't subscribed, then make sure you have subscribed. If you haven't shared the session, then please make sure that you share this session with your friends and family. So share, like, subscribe. You know we love this stuff. Okay. All right, I'm sure I'm audible and visible. And here we are. So today in this session, this part of the session, we are going to be talking about the 4 essential types of VA questions that come in your exam. If you look at the paper, and if I'm sure you have, right, you will have noticed that there have been changes in the VA portion of CAT over the last 3-4 years, right? So CAT has been changing its nature, but if you look at it, how it has changed is till 2021, CAT had 8 questions of VA, which were para jumble, the theta type, para summary, and the odd sentence para jumble. Right? So between these 3 types, there would be 8 questions. Then in 2022, the 8 questions remained. So you had para jumbles, you had para summary, the odd sentence went out, and you got something called sentence placement, which is a new type of question. Based on the skills of para jumbles, you are arranging the sentences only, but in this case, a paragraph is given. One of the sentences is taken out and given to you, and there are 4 blanks, one of which will take the sentence. So that was what came in. Then in 2023, again 8 VA questions. What they did was they gave you 2 questions of each type. So 2 para jumbles, 2 summaries, 2 odd sentence para jumbles, and 2 sentence placement. So all types of questions, 2 questions each. Then in 2024, that's last year, and this was the most surprising of them all, I tell you. I wouldn't have ever expected this, that CAT took out the para jumble questions. They kept the para summary, they kept the odd sentence para jumbles, and they kept the sentence placement. But something that I have seen forever, and I have seen CAT, I've written CAT, I think from 1997 probably, no, maybe 96 probably. I've written a lot of them. Don't laugh, huh? So, yeah, I belong to the age of the pyramids. But yes, so I've seen para jumbles every single year, and this was the first time that I did not really see a para jumble. So that was the interesting thing about CAT 24. Now, if you come to CAT 25, what is it that we should be expecting? I mean, I don't know. I may have written all of these CATs. I like them. But do I really know what the CAT committee is going to do? No. So what am I doing? So in our mocks also, this is what we do. We follow the pattern for CAT 22. That means we are giving you some mocks without para jumbles. But we've also, for a lot of mocks, followed CAT 23 pattern. That means we gave you para jumble, para summary, odd sentences, and sentence placement. So that if by chance all the 4 question types come, you are comfortable. If they pull out one of the question types, you're still comfortable. If they bring back parajumble, throw out something else, you're still comfortable. We have tried to do within our mocks, give you as many patterns of the paper as we could. I'm sure you've written Flexi 11 and you would have found it to be very different from a standard CAT paper. There were only 3 passages there and longish passages. So if you haven't, you must go and write Flexi 11. You will really enjoy it. It's a very interesting paper. I'm sure most of you have written CAT CDC Open CDC 3. That again was a very interesting paper because between Flexi 11 and Open CDC 3, there was a lot of difference. Flexi 11 was a different pattern, but easier to do. Flexi Open CDC 3 was very deceptive in nature. So similar to the CAT-24 pattern and yet very deceptive, the options were so close that you would have taken time to, do it. So therefore, what I'm saying is that different mocks, we have tried to give you different flavors. And today, that's why I am not discussing any specific type of question. What I have done is I've taken up all 4 types of questions. So we have taken up a few para-jumbles, a few para-summaries, a few odd sentence para-jumbles, and some sentence placement questions. And I've given you all the 4 types so that you get acquainted to all of them, right? This is, of course, I know most of you already done your preparation. You're already at the, at your almost peak performance. The next 2 months will take you to peak. By the way, another thing that I would like to plug here, and that's a plug, we have added 40 new topic tests. Okay. So all of CL students, you know where the topic tests are. They're on MyZone. Each of these topics, we have added 10 new topic tests of 10 questions each. So that means 100 questions, 100 questions of each of these topics are there for you now on the topic tests. So go to MyZone, go to topic tests and do these 10 new tests of each type. That means 40 tests into 10 questions, 400 questions. Your next 2 months are taken care of. Okay, so even if you practice a few questions every day, exam, I don't think para completions are going to come in CAT. They threw these out very long back. Okay, yes, in ZAT they might come, but please understand again, ZAT fluctuates between para jumbles and para completion. So if they give you para jumbles in 1 year, they don't give you para completions in that year. But they've more consistently given para jumbles than para completion. So yes, while you're doing preparation for that, if you're doing that, then do a few practice questions of para completion. And you can just do them from the previous year's ZAT papers. Okay, so that's something that you can do. Shikhar, I know a lot of people don't like the summary questions, but actually I find the summary questions to be the easiest ones because it's only about reading, paraphrasing, adding to the next one. Just keep adding that. No, for CAT, we don't need para completions. Do the sentence placement type of question. So para completion and sentence placement are different in structure. In para completion, you get 4 sentences and 1 blank. In sentence placement, you get 4 blanks and 1 sentence. So that's how they're different. Okay. So that's something that you keep in mind. Other than that, yeah. So you could practice a few for para completions for CAT, for ZAT. For CAT, you needn't. You must, however, do practice of sentence placement. And that's why I said we've put in a lot of sentence placement questions. So you can definitely do that. Okay. All right. So let's get started. We have almost so many of you here now. I hope all of you have hit the like button. Yeah, please do that, man. I love the likes, you know that. I'm very greedy also. Okay, so very important question. How do we eliminate 2 options in summary? Okay, anyone, any idea? How do you eliminate? How do you get to that? How do you eliminate the last 2 options in the summary questions? What is it that you guys do? And I'll come and I'll tell you what I do. So of course, The simplest thing is to read. You get to those last two options. And then within those last two options, you find the point of difference. You understand what the point of difference is. The place where the two answers will diverge. Okay, where you will have two different spots. Okay, there's this one word which changes. So look for the point of difference. Okay, between the two options. And then go back to the passage. Okay, and see which one is there in the passage. Please understand that these will be paraphrases of what is mentioned in the passage. So do paraphrase and check. Okay, and then go and identify your correct answer. Yes, you find the exact keywords, Baljit. Okay, please understand that the broad option may not necessarily be the right answer for the last two options. The broad or narrow options, the BEAST framework works here also, but the BEAST framework is not necessarily, the broad answer may not necessarily be the right answer. No, that is something that we're using to eliminate options. So why would you take it as a selection process? So please remember, our process of elimination is BEAST. I'm reiterating this. B stands for broad or narrow. So something that is very universal or very specific, eliminate. E stands for extreme, anything that has words like all, always, no, never, must, necessarily, and so on, eliminate. Alien, anything that is not in the context of the passage, eliminate. Sidetrack, anything that is in the passage but is from one specific line, eliminate. Okay. And tone mismatch, of course. Now, one key that I will teach you here is that of identifying what is the subject of your discussion. Okay. So what is this passage about? Most of the time, you can eliminate options looking at the subject of the options. So the passage is about, for example, the different styles of architecture. And the option is about, let's say, spiritual mysticism. So then I know that if I'm talking of types of architecture in my passage, my answer cannot be about spiritual mysticism. Correct? So by simply identifying the subject of a particular option, I will be able to eliminate. Okay, so look for the subject of your options, look for the subject of your passage, and try and eliminate your answers from there. That also helps, it works. Hi, Arindam. All right. Okay, so let's do this. We've got some questions. I've got some para jumbles to begin with. Okay, here's your first question. I'm going to give you 2 minutes to read and then identify the right answer. Okay. All right, let's do this. Take your time, identify the sequence, and we will try and discuss these one by one. So 4 sentences are given. They will create a coherent paragraph. You have to identify the correct sequence. Yes, I'm waiting for your answers. Yeah, you can take this PPT exa from my zone. The sheet will be labeled Bootcamp VA. Hi everyone, welcome, join in. New joinees, you can start by hitting the like button. If you want to share it with your friends and family, go ahead. We love that. Also subscribe, because you have to subscribe to be part of the chat. All right, I've started getting my answers. Swagger Boy says 2413. Varat says 2413. Arihant also says 2413. Please look for the clues, everyone. Do not do this blindly, because it may not be the right answer. Harshita. Hi, Harshita. Harshita says 4321. Alicia says 2431. I'm getting my answers. Four, 1, 2, 3. All right, let's take a look at this question. So this is why the supposed universality of moral reason reads in practice like a rhetoric of tidiness rather than a description of politics. So this is why it is giving you a reason. So this statement has to be a reason for something, correct? That's number one. That's the thing that we understand. Enlightenment manuals treated institutional design as a downstream artifact of axioms already secured by reason. Okay, so what are the Enlightenment manuals doing? So this one talks about the purpose of the Enlightenment manuals. Okay. Look at the third statement, yet. Now, the minute I get a but, yet, or however, I love them. Why? There's something that happens. It shows a beautiful contrast. So it shows me that there's going to be a connection. The minute you get a contrasting conjunction, any of those, but, yet, however, though, even though, although, in spite of, despite, nonetheless, nevertheless, notwithstanding, any of these. Also, the implicit contrast words, which are like surprisingly, anomaly, paradox, strangely, illogically, all of these also. They say that now there's going to be a change, you know. So if this sentence says surprisingly something has happened, there's another sentence which is showing you what generally happened, and then this one was the surprise. So you put those together always. So the conjunctions are always very helpful, especially the contrasting conjunctions. The continuing conjunctions also help, right? So moreover, additionally, furthermore, they also help, because they say now there's another point that is coming up. But the contrasting conjunction is very, very important. So keep that in mind. So it says, yet, plural, obstinate localities, guilds, parishes, and kin coalitions. Guilds were people who were part of a profession. They form a group and they work together. In that, you have internships. So people start very young and then they work their way up, you know, the ladder. Parishes are village churches. Kin coalitions are essentially families. Kin is what? Family. They refuse to dissolve into such neatness. What is this such neatness that I am talking about? So there's this contrast that is coming up in sentence number 3. And then we have sentence number 4, which says the canonical essays promised that once the principles were deduced, the world would fall into line with admirable inevitability. That means everything would become systematic, would become neat. So the world would fall into line is where I'm getting this very interesting idea that once all the principles were deduced, once you had all the principles, everything would become very systematic and very neat. So look at the connection between sentences 4 and 3. 4 says that there would be like admirable neatness, and then 3 says that yet they did not want to come into this neatness, have the principles, have everything set up, right? So 4 and 3 is such a beautiful contrast that we get, don't we? Now look at the other one. So 4 and 3 says, okay, the essays once said this. Now look at sentence number 2, which said this is Enlightenment manuals treated institutional design as an impact of something that had already been reasoned out. And that is why, so see the connection there between sentences 2 and 1. And that is why this universality of moral reason is like a rhetoric of tidiness. So it is always going on about how things have to be very, very systematically arranged or organized. Now, so 4-3 is one pair, 2-1 is one pair. Now, which sequence will go first? Clearly 4-3 will, because you start out by defining or by putting out this idea that the essays had promised something and yet the promise didn't deliver, right? So you started by saying this, and then if you look at sentence number 1, it says that is why something. So the reason idea is actually built up in sentence number 4 and then sort of explained in sentence number 2 and 1. So therefore 2 and 1 will come definitely after 4 and 3. Okay. So correct answer will be 4, 3, 2 and 1. Okay. Not 2, 4, 3, 1, but 4, 3, 2 and 1. Okay. So that's going to be your answer. 4, 3, 2, 1. I hope you got that. All right. Let's go to the next one. Question number 2. Here are your sentences. Who got this one right? Let me check. 4, 3, 2, 1. Harshita is the only one who got this right. Good job, Harshita. Excellent. 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 All right. Let's look at the next one. Here's question number 2. Let's do this. The minute I see as a result, mera man tadapta hai. I know. I want to fit this in. Isn't it? So let's take a look. How will we fit this in? Where will we put it up? Solve. Now, for this question, you could use a time sequence to help you. I'm saying you could use. Try doing that. All right, let's take a look. The starting point of this passage. All right, let's take a look. I put myself on. Let me just do away with that. Okay, the starting point of this set clearly has to be sentence number 2, right? The silences around peasant uprisings were not accidental lacuna. So it was not an accidental fault or an accidental problem, but it was the output of a taxonomy that filed insurgency under disorder. So whenever any insurgency happened, they were filing it, they were marking it under disorder. So now if you marked it under disorder, you're not going to say that it was an uprising, right? So therefore, 2 is the problem statement. We start out with the problem statement. We say, okay, so the problem was not that it was accidental, it was that the naming convention was incorrect. Okay, so that. Now that taxonomy refers to the taxonomy mentioned in sentence number 2. Remember, pronoun antecedent, the pronouns will always refer to something previously mentioned. So the minute I have that taxonomy, it refers to the taxonomy in sentence number 2. So that taxonomy did not merely misdescribe events. So it enabled a technology that converted violence into administrative routine. So it is, now you've started calling violence some sort of an administrative thing. So now something which was a problem, you're not filing it as a problem. You say, oh, this is just some random administrative issue. Okay. So 2 and 4 form such a beautiful tight set. Now, once so reclassified as disorder instead of insurgency, the governors could speak of themselves as custodians of calm. They would say, oh, there was just some disorder. There was no rebellion that was happening. There was nothing wrong. So now see, the people who were ruling could just say that everything was very calm and cool and relaxed and there was no problem that was happening. Okay, so 2, 4, 3, and then as a result of what? As a result of everything here, the archive, the government documents can present continuity where rupture was the norm and serenity where coercion did the stitching. So they were able to now portray everything as fine, where there should have been, so many mentions of issues and problems and rebellions, insurgency, right? Now you're just saying that there is calm and serenity, continuity and serenity. How are you saying that? Because of the misdirection, right? So 2, 4, 3, and 1, such a beautifully written set. All you had to do was pick on these clues. That taxonomy, once so reclassified. As a result, these are all very clear clues which tell you how to proceed into the next sentence and subsequently. So start with the problem statement. Always remember, in CAT, the questions will always have a very good starting point. So your task will always be to identify that starting point. What is the starting point? It is always a definition of something. It is a problem statement, right? Some sort of thing is being defined or described. You start with that. So find that statement. Once you have that, then you start creating sequence. Okay. Once I have a problem, do I define the problem? Do I explain it or do I solve it? Those are the only 2 things that will happen. So go from there. Okay. All right. Let's look at the next question. Question number 3. Here you go. 2, 4, 3, 1. Yes, I think Shikhar had got it right. Also Swagger Boy. Okay, Harshita, you missed this one. All right, here's the third question. Come on, everyone. Let's do this. 2 minutes. Again, in this session, I have 20 questions. So we will do that. This is the third question of the set. So many more to go. I'm going to go fetch some water. Meantime, you do this question. All right, I am seeing some answers. Okay, that's a nice set. A lot of people have given me a good answer. Swagger Boy, Shubhang, Varad, Shikhar, Cat101, Alicia, Abhigyan, Harshita. Harshita's got a different answer. Aryan, Bhavesh. Okay, let's take a look at this set. So this one was, I think, easier. Huh? So we said early factories ran on webs of kin, credit, and reputation. So you folded debt into obligation. The lesson, therefore, is not emancipation from constraint, but its translation into formats even harder to contest. With deeper markets, law displaced kin, paper notarized the promise, yet shut doors on those outside its idiom. In the present, algorithmic scoring eclipses both, making eligibility a derivative of opaque data exhaust. Okay. So we started by saying that early factories were all about family. But then when markets became deep, what happened? Law came in place of kin, in place of family. So you started doing legalities. But in the present, what happens? So now you have algorithms which are defining everything. So eligibility is no longer because of family, because of law. It is more about data than anything else, right? And then you say the lesson, therefore, is that you translate something into something else, right? So therefore, 1, 3, 4, and 2 was such a good set for us. Okay. All right. Here, let's go to the next question. Question number 4. Here's your sentence. Let's read and let's try and solve this. So you've got 1 minute to solve this. Okay. So look for the introduction statement, and then look for things that will connect up. Okay. This is now question number 4. Okay, I've got 2, 3, 4, 2, 4, 3, 1, 3, 2, 4, 1. I've got 3, 1, 2, 4. I'm getting my answers. All right, there's so many of us here. I want everyone to answer. Okay, guys? Yes, very good. Abhishek, Swagger Boy, Abhigyan. Look at the starting sentence. I think we will be able to identify what the starting sentence is, because we are talking about cosmopolitanism. It's commonly glossed as a celebration of borderlessness and easy crossings. So we start by saying that this is how people are calling cosmopolitanism. So 3 becomes my introduction sentence. Okay. Sentence number 1 talks about a paradox. The paradox then is a rhetoric of openness scaffolded by infrastructures of exclusion. So you appear as if you're very open, but you're actually sort of excluding people from this. So where is this paradox mentioned? Sentence number 1 talks about a paradox, but the paradox is mentioned in sentence number 2, which is historically the widest circuits of movement were guaranteed by empires that rationed mobility with violence. So you were the one who was saying, oh, we will have lots of movement, but you would control it with violence, right? So that paradox is then a rhetoric of openness. So 3 and 2 talk about this paradox. Okay. So here is your paradox. So this forms a set. Now, recognizing this history, again, remember your pronoun antecedent. Yeah, I'm going to write this down here again. So the minute I have this history, I want to know which history. And I look for the sentence that has that. And that clearly was historically. So that 2-1 set that we have. So therefore 4 comes at the end of the 2-1 set. And therefore 2-1-4 become a sort of a pair. So 3, we start with that. Then we come to 2-1 and then we come to 4. And that forms your sequence. Now, again, I'm reiterating. Sentence number 3 is the introduction sentence, which starts out by putting cosmopolitanism being something, and then how it is not. Okay, so that's your set 3, 2, 1, 4. I hope you got that. 3, 2, 1, 4. So let me check who got this one. 3, 2, 1, 4. Ooh, that's interesting. Nobody got this one right, huh? 3, 2, 4, 1, lots of you have. But 3, 2, 1, 4, nobody has. Okay. All right, that's good. So some question that is tough. Good. All right, here's question number 5. Let's do this one. I've tried to make the questions a mix of easy and difficult ones, but I didn't expect this one to be this tough, that nobody would get the answer right. All right, here's question number 5. Let's do this. All right, here you are. Let's take a look at this question. So the correct answer for this question, and I'm giving it to you straight away, was 4, 1, 3, and 2. Okay. So we started out by talking about what is ecological psychology. It is applying the lineage, it's giving you something, right? Perception is joined to affordances available in a structured milieu. So that's how we are talking about perception. When you go to by construing cognition as distributed rather than skull-bound, the new view unsettles the brain-environment dichotomy. So there is a dichotomy that is there, sort of gets disturbed. Then you say, laboratory technique, however, still brackets context, revealing a methodological inertia that lags behind the rhetoric. What is this laboratory technique, however, still bracketing context? A contrast to, that was to sentence number 3, which was yet the same reframing complicates searches for neural correlates since neural boundary becomes porous to tools and setting. So we started off with sentence number 4, then we went to sentence number 1, and then 3 and 2 was the contrast to sentence number 1. Okay, so 4, 1, 3, 2. That was the correct answer. Yes, Harshita. Excellent. Yeah, Varad also got this right. Very good. CAT-101 also. Very nice. Okay, let's go to the next question. Here we are. Okay, question number 6. This one is on sentence placement. Now, please understand that sentence placement is also a form of para-jumble. Why do I call it a form of para-jumble? Because you have to take this sentence and put it in the blank and see if it matches with the previous sentence and the next sentence. So if this is sentence X and this is sentence Y, then X, given sentence, and Y should form a set, right? So that's how you should do it. Read the paragraph first, look at the sentence later, and then see where this sentence is going to fit in. Okay? Let's take a minute, read it, solve it, and then we will discuss. Question number 6 for all of you. Very nice. Okay, so here a very beautiful clue is given in the sentence that you have. The findings highlight something, correct? The findings highlight how drought was not only an ecological crisis, but also a powerful catalyst for political upheaval. So which findings? Where are the findings? Show me the connection. All right, I've got Shikhar saying 1, Alicia saying 2, Swagger Boy saying A, Alicia saying 1. I'm getting so many. Arbaz saying 1. Abhigyan gave me 2 as the answer. Why Abhigyan? Why 2? Why not 1? Now look at this sentence. The sentence says the findings highlight how drought was not only an ecological crisis, but also political crisis. Okay. Now if you were to place the given sentence in blank 1, the problem is that the sentence prior to this, the excavation sentence, has only spoken about the ecological crisis. It does not speak about the political crisis. Okay, so therefore, 1 is not a good place for us to put this sentence. Now, if you look at the next sentence, the sentence subsequent to blank 1, which is written tablets from the era record rulers making desperate appeals to God for rain. Okay. Now see, if you have you have one sentence which spoke about the ecological crisis. Now the second sentence saying that, oh, the rulers were making desperate appeals to gods. Okay, now we have a place where we can say that now whatever we found here in these written tablets, they are highlighting how the drought was not just ecological, but also a political issue. So 2 is a good place for us to put our sentence. Let's look at the next sentence. These accounts show that environmental change directly influenced the trajectory of urban collapse. So however environmental change happened, the urban collapse was driven by that. Then the next sentence says, scholars argue that the convergence of climate stress and weakened authority ultimately set the stage for decline of city-states in the region. Now, the third sentence is not a place where you would talk about the findings. We've already done the findings, right? So, findings of the stone tablets. So, therefore, not 3 and not 4 also. So, best place for us to put our sentence would be option number 2. We've spoken about the climate crisis, we've spoken about the political crisis, and then we say that it was not just the ecological crisis, but also a political crisis. So 2 is sort of the best place for us to put our sentence. Okay. Yes. All right. Let's go to the next one. Question number 7. Here you are. Okay. What is the irony? Let's find out. Again, try and put the sentences in a sequence. Social media platforms originally promised frictionless sharing and a democratization of voice. Over time, however, recommended systems began rewarding sensationalism, creating echo chambers that magnified extremes. What began as an effort to streamline attention mutated into an architecture that subtly disciplines thought. Regulators now face the challenge of disentangling technological affordances from the corporate incentives that shape them. So that's your passage. The irony is that algorithms designed to reduce noise have themselves become engines of distortion. So you have to see which sentence talks about this. It's a very clear question, very visible answer. So if you just take a moment to read the question clearly and properly, you will get your answer. Because the minute you read the word, the irony is that whatever was supposed to keep things quiet, to reduce noise, is now an engine of distortion. So where have we spoken about the problem of distortion or of noise? So that's the place you will put this sentence. Yes, very good. Very good. Excellent, you guys. So look at this. Social media platforms originally promised frictionless sharing and a democratization of voice. Over time, however, recommendation systems began rewarding sensationalism, creating echo chambers that magnified extremes. So the irony is that algorithms, which were designed to reduce noise, are now engines of distortion. So here is such a good place to put this sentence. The previous 2 sentences sort of bring out the irony. Right? Something that was supposed to have frictionless sharing, easy sharing, democratization is now an echo chamber that is magnifying extreme. So what it was supposed to do, it's no longer doing. So that's the irony there. So option number 2 is such a good place to put your sentence. So not 1, 3, and 4. None of the others show the irony so well. All right, let's go to question number 8. Here you are. Yep, I think that was an easy question. Every time we bring out an easy question, all of you get it right. And the minute the question is a little tricky, everyone goes crazy. Remember, if the statements are difficult, paraphrase them. Paraphrase, 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 CAT. All the options are paraphrase. So just do that. Okay, let's do this. So what are these networks that we are talking of? This question I think you will find very easy because it's very easy to see the unequal exchange. If you're able to spot that, then I'm sure you will be able to find the correct answer. Look for the unequal exchange. Where is that happening? Very beautiful example. Take a look. So, embedding unequal treaties and tribute systems. Silver from Potosi coursed through Manila into China, while spices and textiles moved in the opposite direction. Are these equal? No. So therefore, 1 is a very good place. The other sentences are all examples. So the silver sentence and the quotes like Goa and Batavia, those sentences are example of the unequal treaties and tribute systems, instrument of domination. So whatever you need this sentence to be has to be before the silver sentence. And therefore only option 1 can be a good place to put this sentence. 2 anyway cannot do this, 3 anyway cannot do it, and 4 you've already concluded it by saying in this way commerce blurred into coercion. So therefore you don't want to restate the same thing, correct? So therefore 4 cannot take this. So that's why 1 is the only place where you will get this sentence. So yes, I see Shikhar has given me 1. No one else. Harshita also gave 1. Also, Abhishek has given us 1 as the correct answer. Good. All right, very nice. Harshita, Abhishek, and Shikhar. Good job. All right, let's go to the next question. Question number 9. Here you are. Waiting for your answers now. Question number 9. Yes, I've started getting some answers. Alicia says C is the correct answer. Harshita says 3. Shikhar says 2. Okay, waiting. I've got 35 people here. So everybody, please give me an answer. 35 answers would be so many. I'm just getting like 8, 10, 8, 10, 8, 10. Now, this question you could have solved based on the idea of perspective. Because he says, for if truth is entirely contingent means dependent on perspective, means your perspective, subjectivity, then the very notion of disagreement loses coherence. Now, where have we spoken about subjectivity, being contingent on perspective? We've spoken about this, advancing relativism as a universal claim. Relativity is again for subjectivity, right? So therefore, the only place you can put this sentence is in blank number 3, right? There is no other place where you could put it. So that's why, yes, the correct answer will be what Alicia said, what Harshita said, or what Nupur have said, okay, about relativism. Okay, so relativists argue that all claims are embedded within cultural or linguistic frameworks that cannot be transcended. Critics point out that such radical relativism, so therefore one sentence you cannot have anything, undermines its own possibility of critique, so it is weakening itself. The paradox is already mentioned here, so therefore not 2. The paradox emerges that when one attempts to deny the existence of universal standards while simultaneously advancing relativism, so that's the paradox. Because if the truth is entirely dependent on perspective, then disagreement will not work. So philosophers thus struggle. Now, because already I've got a concluding sentence, I don't want to have another sentence, and therefore 4 is not possible. So 3 is the only one that's possible, and your correct answer. All right, question number 10. Here you are. Wonderful, you guys. Some of you did get it. Gia, good job, tried. Sonam tried. Swagger, CAT-101. All of you tried. I hope you've understood why 2 is not as good a place as 3. All right, let's do the next one. All right, let's take a look. Okay, Shubhang, Swagger, Abhigyan, Alicia, Shikhar. All of you've got 1. Harshita's got 3. Jia's got 3. Bhavesh has got 3. All right, let's take a look. So very nice, huh? The absence of centralized record keeping meant that much of this knowledge, which knowledge, was transmitted through fragile chains of memory. Okay. Ancient medical traditions often developed in small dispersed community. Remedies were passed orally from one generation to the next, shaped by local plants, climate, and illnesses. So they're in dispersed communities in different areas, and the remedies are passed orally depending on local this thing. So much of this knowledge was transmitted through fragile chains of memory. One is such a good place. As a result, what survived into later written compendiums was not complete, was partial, inconsistent, or altered. Right? Scholars today must reconstruct these practices by piecing together whatever. So because we are talking of the past, anything after the scholar sentence cannot work. So 3 and 4 won't work. The only two places that can work are 1 and 2, but 2 will not work because we've already spoken of what is now existing. Okay, so also not 2. So the best answer will be option number 1. Now this was a very, yes, Harshita, I know. Oh. So this is not a difficult question to do if you just had seen the timeline. Okay, the timeline would have clearly shown you that what was earlier and what survived, what is extant, right? So look for what is surviving. That's 2, 3, and 4. So therefore only one will take the sentence. So that had to be your answer. All right, let's go to the next type of question. Question number 11. This one is the odd sentence out. So your answer has to be one sentence number. I'm sure you'll be able to do this well. Okay, so let's take a minute and we will try and solve this. Remember, when you're doing these odd sentence para-jumbles, and I always like these, the odd sentence para-jumbles are easy. You just need to create a sequence, right? So create a sequence, create a para-jumble. Find that sequence, and then whatever remains becomes your answer. A lot of times keywords work, but they may not also work. So even though you're dependent on the keyword, be smart and do this very carefully. Okay? All right, let's take a look. So question number 11. All right, I'm waiting for your answers, everyone. We've got 5 questions of odd sentence para-jumbles and we've got 5 summary questions. Yes, waiting for your answers now. All right, I've started getting my answers. Yes, Harshita said 1, Shubhang said 5, Abhishek said 1, Harshita. All right, I've started getting. Every time I open up my YouTube, I forget that I am speaking. All right. Cat 101 says 5. Let's look at these sentences, the beautiful sentences we have here. Now, I don't know if you were able to create a sequence, but the first sentence spoke about somebody asking the finance ministry, why is it not answering or why is it not explaining what is the action taken to recover the dues from willful defaulters who owe a lot of money to the banks, at least more than 50 crores. The second says that given that RBI has initiated steps to set up a digital public credit registry where you would have all the details of the borrowers as well as the defaulters, why can't it meet the CIC's November 16 deadline? They can. The CIC order is also unsparing, so they're not forgiving. Okay, so I can see that 2, 1, 3, all of them go together. Whether it is no one's argument, while it is no one's argument that all large unpaid loans are byproduct of malified borrowing, the onus is on RBI and the government to make as clean a breast of it as is legally possible. So look at this. So sentence number 4 is also talking about this, malified borrowing. Look at the fifth one. The RBI finds itself in the midst of another tangle with the media. Now, here is a sentence that's totally unrelated because we are talking of the rest of the sentences are talking of willful defaulters of banks and the CIC asking them to give information, right? So 4, 2, 1, 3, I am not giving you the sequence. Please understand that is not the sequence. I'm just telling you these sentences are connected. Sentence number 5, it says RBI has another tangle with the media. Then none of the other sentences were talking of media, and therefore this is your alien statement, and therefore the correct odd sentence out. So if you did get 5 as your answer, good job. All right, let's look at question number 12. Here you are. Again, I'm going to give you 2 minutes to solve. Here you go. Sorry, guys, I just decided to change my position. All right. Are we good to go for this question? Shall we discuss? Question number 12. Yes. Now, if you look at this question, the pairs here are very different. Okay. The pairing here will be that of sentence number 3 and sentence number 1. Telling truth to power in a democracy is quite easy, though power may not listen. But for those holding power in a democracy, telling truth to the people seems to be virtually impossible. So 3 and 1 was such a good pair. Okay. And then the other pair was of 5 and 4, which said that the indisputable facts emerging from post-budget analysis are that Britain must either considerably pay more tax or agree to public cuts, but the parties dare not tell the people. So 5-4 was the other pair. So now the only sentence that doesn't fit this set will be sentence number 2, and that's going to be your odd sentence out. Okay. So odd sentence out, very clearly sentence number 2. Okay. All right, let's go to the next one. Question number 13. Here you go. Let's do this. All right, so let's take a look at this set. So we have online abuse, prejudice, bias, polarization. There are lots of ways in which it is broken. What is this it that I am talking about? The it is something that we'll have to check. A Magna Carta for the web will protect people's right online from threats such as fake news, prejudice, and hate, says the founder of the internet. All right, so I can have 2 as a very good starting point. The former UK Prime Minister has added his signature to the contract. Which contract am I talking about? There is a contract to make the web one which serves humanity, science, knowledge, and democracy. Oh, this is an interesting one. Okay. So I am able to see something. There is a contract. Okay. So that also connects very beautifully. So which sentence then? Humanity connected by technology on the web is functioning in a dystopian way. What is this dystopian way that we were talking about? Can somebody tell me very quickly? So I started with this Magna Carta. Then I went to humanity connected by technologies functioning in a dystopian way. And I said, why dystopian? Because we have online abuse, prejudice, bias, etc. Okay. And then we said that this is a contract which makes the web one which serves humanity, science, knowledge, and democracy. All of this talking about what the web should be and what it's not. Right? So therefore 2, 5, 1, 4 are one set. Sentence number 3, which talks about this UK Prime Minister Gordon Brown adding his signature to the contract. We don't know who all have added their signature. So that was totally unrelated and unconnected. And that's why 3 will be your answer. All right, let's go to question number 14. Here you are. Yes. All right, let's do question number 14. I like this question a lot. We're on question number 14. Yes, I started getting my answers. Harshita says 4. Cat101 says 4. I'm waiting for more answers. Come on, everyone. Quick. Give me some answers. What will be the sequence? We start with sentence number 5. We say, in my last column, I argued for visa-free entry for Bangladeshis into India. It may sound shocking to some Indians, huh? But imagine. But it is perfectly possible even for the Indian government to give visas liberally. At least it would have a record of the migration. But one more sentence. And if Bangladeshis could work legally, then they would move freely and have sort of the ability to do whatever they want and become ambassadors. So 5132, these are the sentences that talk about this author's idea, this article. So sentence number 4 will be the odd one out, and that talks about movement in inland waters. That anyway is very clearly visible as the odd sentence. Yes. So Abhigyan, good job. Abhishek, good job. Kat, good job. Shubhang, you missed out on this one. Shikhar, yes. Alicia, you missed out. Bhavesh, very good. Excellent. All right. Harshita, you did not answer this one. Okay, question number 15. This is going to be our last odd sentence, and then we will look at 5 summary questions also. Obviously, the summary questions are a lot of fun. Oh, you did? Sorry. Then I missed out your answer. I did not see it. My bad. Okay, get me some answers. What's the odd one out here? Quick, guys. Chalo. Yes, talking about the Statue of Unity, I'm sure you are aware it was erected in the honor of Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, India's first finance minister. Finance minister, yeah, I think. Sorry, Home Minister. My bad, yeah. Sorry. Home Minister. My GK is not all that bad. I missed out on it. Okay. Don't kill me. Okay. Here I want to ask you one very simple question. The simple question is, if you look at sentence number 5, look at it. Look at sentence number 5 and tell me, who are these such people? Which people are you appeasing? Tell me. Which people are we appeasing? Who are these such people that we are trying to appease? Give me a quick answer. And if you have no connection for the such people, then shouldn't that be the odd sentence here? Yeah. So therefore, guys, I'm going to give you a very simple thing. The sentences here, the very reasons for honoring Vallabhbhai Patel suggest that he would have been profoundly disappointed at this futility. Now, this man certainly deserves gratitude, but a realist like this would have wondered whether you're using the scarce resources to optimum use. Of course, tourism too desperately needs boosting. That's a very awkward this thing. But because I don't know who these such people are, that's why I'm putting 5 as the odd sentence here. Okay. I'm saying, okay, the rest 4 will sort of connect 3, 2 and 1, 4 as pairs. All right, let's come to the last segment of questions, which is our para summary questions. Here are 5 questions on para summary. Yeah, 5 in itself was odd, Shikhar. Also, it was very visible that the such people connect was not given. So therefore, my thought was, where do I pick this from? Where do I connect the such people? If I had found a connect, I would have sort of put it all together, but I didn't have one. And I need a connect. Remember, there has to be either a logical connection between your sentences, or there has to be, so the logical flow of the sentences has to be such, or else there has to be some sort of a word-based connection. So look for that. All right, guys, let's do this. Summary questions, always the easiest. At least I find them to be the easiest, because whatever is your answer is already there in the passage. So I really like this, the cricketers at play. Though cricket is not my game at all. I watched many cricket matches, especially because I was living in Kanpur, where there was Green Park, one of the international venues also. So there used to be matches, and I've seen some. But honestly, I'd rather never ever watch cricket, and also never ever read about it. Of course, our papers are full of cricket news, because India, that's one of the few sports we excel at, isn't it? We haven't done as well in other sports. So therefore we love it. All of you love it. I mean, I see that. But I'm not a cricket girl at all. So therefore, this question, I wouldn't like it, but hey, that doesn't really matter to me. We can still answer the question. Yeah. So let's do that. Let me see what your answer is going to be. So Harshita says 3 is the correct answer. CAT-101 says B, Bhavesh says B, Shubhang says B also. Let's look at the options. So option number 1 says, according to ESPN Cricinfo, I need that. Smith, Warner and Bancroft have been penalized by Cricket Australia because of ball tampering. Okay. I can keep this as an option. Look at option B. According to ESPN Cricinfo, Smith and Warner have been banned for 1 year and Bancroft has been suspended for 9 months for ball tampering by Cricket Australia. All right, I like this option also. Option C, 3 cricketers have been banned from playing cricket for 1 year. Now, this is incorrect. And therefore, this cannot be my answer. Always remember, any option that's false or incorrect will never be the right answer. South Africa and Australia conclude the ongoing series between the two nations, but that was not the summary at all. The problem is that these cricketers have been suspended because of a ball tampering scandal in South Africa. Now, if you look at options A and B, yes, they have been penalized, but the passage has also very clearly mentioned the punishment, right? And that there is a difference in the punishment also. So that is why between A and B, B is a better choice of answer for us. Okay. So if you were to mark, you should have marked B. Remember, we want all the facts to be there. So the key facts need to be there. The key facts were these 3 cricketers and the fact that they were named and the punishments were different. So then in that case, you should do it. All right. So correct answer B. Okay. Question number 17. Here you are. You like this question. Again, when you're doing para summary, look for what is the subject of the paragraph and then look at the options very clearly. Some of the options have different subjects. So those could never be the right answer. Okay. All right, I'm waiting for your answers. I'm so sad that we're doing the summary questions right in the end. I should have done them right in the beginning. Yeah. All right, I've started getting my answers. Harshita says C. Others waiting for your answers. Come on. Soon the visitors to Allen Forest will get a chance to see fox and clouded leopard. This will be first time that the zoo will house a fox and different species of a leopard. Also, visitors will be able to see chinkaras and stump-tailed macaws. These animals will come to Kanpur Zoo under the animal exchange program with other zoos in the country, while a pair of fox and 2 pairs of chinkara will come from Rewari Zoo in Haryana. Assam Zoo will give stump-tailed macaw and leopard 1 pair each. The Kanpur Zoo will give 1 Himalayan black bear, a pair of hyena, and a pair of black buck in exchange. Okay, so the question or the idea is that we're talking of the Kanpur Zoo. We are talking of the fact that it will have new animals. And we're talking of the fact that the animals are coming under an exchange program. Now, whatever your answer is, must have these 3 things. Right? So, therefore, let's take a look. Option number 1 says, the zoos of India, but we were not talking of the zoos of India. We were talking of the Kanpur Zoo. So the subject doesn't match. Like I said, match the subject. Because of animal exchange program, different zoos of India, again, are we talking of the different zoos of India? No. Eliminate. Because of the animal exchange program of Kanpur Zoo, the Kanpur Zoo will be able to showcase. So yes, good choice. Because of animal exchange program in Kanpur Zoo, it will be able to donate different species. But was it about donating or getting? Getting. So therefore not 4. So best answer option number 3. All right. Question number 18. Let's do this. All right, I'm waiting for your answers, guys. Okay, I've got some answers. Divya says C. Harshita says D. Abhishek says D. Aryan says D. Shubhang also says D. Let's take a look at this passage. I'll quickly go through it. It says, in his 1917 address to the scientific convention, he pointed out the pitfalls of a rice-based diet, deficient in protein or muscle-forming constituent and over-rich in carb elements, and suggested corrections that were effective and inexpensive. So there's this person who says, don't have the rice-based diet. Okay. And then he suggested some corrections that were inexpensive and useful. Okay. He proposed substituting rotis for rice at dinner. Wheat having double the protein of rice. So get rotis and not rice. As well as increasing the quantity of dal consumed and decreasing the volume of rice. So he said, have more dal, have less rice. Okay, because dal also has more protein. He advocated adding gram and coconut to vegetable curries for added protein and fat. So he said add gram and coconut. Again, additional protein and fat. Also suggested that fried or boiled gram or peanuts and bits of fresh coconut be added to puffed rice, which is laya, murmure, for a healthy snack. So he said have gram. Again, so he's saying you must have more protein, right? Add more protein to the carb-rich diet. So reduce carb, add protein. Okay. So simply eating rice and rotis can never make anyone build muscle mass. See, yes, but was the passage about eating rice and rotis only and building muscle mass? No. So this one is irrelevant or alien to our topic. Look at the second one. Rice-based diet should be complemented with coconuts and peanuts. Yeah, he said that, but does he really say only this? What about gram, dal, rotis? So this one is incomplete. It is very narrow for us. So eliminate. Peanuts and coconuts are rich in protein and fat. Rotis are unhealthy, so one must follow healthy diet. Rotis are unhealthy. Where did he say that? He said, you please add rotis. So therefore, this one is false or incorrect. So eliminate. So the best answer will be a carb-rich diet should be balanced with enough protein and adequate fat in order to make it nutritious. And therefore, the correct answer will be option number D, which I think, yes, most of you were able to get. Okay? All right. Amazing. Let's go to the next question. Question number 90. Yes, Bhavesh, absolutely. Okay, let's quickly do this. Nowadays, we spend most of our free time glued to the screens of mobile phones, tablets, and other such gadgets. It appears as though we are depending on gadgets to not only make our lives comfortable, but also fulfill our emotional needs. Okay. And he says, however, despite advancements in technology, gadgets remain devoid of the human touch. Therefore, a conversation with our loved one is always special and makes us feel good. And has it ever struck you that our conversations with others are nothing but a collage of stories? The same holds true about children as well. They too love to converse, hear a story, or make one and tell it to others. Okay, so this is about stories and conversations, right? And how everyone loves to be involved in this. Okay. And also that, yes, there is technology, but still the stories are more important. Correct? So that. Take a look at our options. Option number 8, despite the advancement of technology, stories and human conversations remain important. Okay, this works. Children love stories as much as adults do, and this is something no amount of technological advancement can replace. This is something no amount of technological advancement is extreme and therefore not a good choice of answer for us. Gadgets can't replace actual human conversations as they are devoid of human touch. Yes, we just needed the storytelling element. So this is a partial answer and therefore not the right answer. D, the human touch makes any conversation worthwhile, and this is especially true. Especially true, why? Nowhere in the passage has it said that it is especially true in this modern world. Okay, so therefore this emphasis is incorrect, and therefore the correct answer will be option number 1 or option number A. Yes, A, absolutely. Yes, Bhavesh, I hope I have been able to give you the answer. Option number A is the correct answer. Okay. All right, let's come to the last and final question of this set. Okay, let's do this. Waiting for your answers. Okay, I've got one answer from Abhigyan. Shikhar says B. Paras also says B. CAT-101 says D. Harshita says B. Shubhang says B. Waiting for more answers. Abhishek says B. Aryan says B. Let's take a look at this passage. So it says, the question is, how long can the Pakistani government allow extremist mobs to dictate policy and erode the state's authority? So essentially, he's asking you, how can the Pakistani government, how much time will they take to get out of this? In the case of Miss Bibi, Pakistan has already seen much bloodshed. She was arrested in 2009 on charges that she insulted Islam and the Prophet Muhammad in an argument with her Muslim co-workers. In 2010, she was convicted of blasphemy and sentenced to death. The country has faced widespread international condemnation ever since about blasphemy laws, which are perceived as being used to persecute religious minorities. So there is international condemnation about this. Salman Taseer, the outspoken and secular government of Punjab who campaigned for Miss Bibi's release, was shot dead in 2011 by his own bodyguard. Shehbaz Bhatti, then Minister for Minorities, was assassinated in the same year after he called for amendments to the law. So here is a problem, that Pakistani government is unable to face the extremists, right? And because of that, so many people have lost their lives, right? So these are the three important things that you need to have in your options. The option number A says the incidence of Shehbaz Bhatti highlights the perils of extremism. But are we only talking of one example? Isn't this too narrow, right? So therefore, no. Also, this one is talking of the world and we are specifically talking of Pakistan. So therefore, A cannot be a good choice. Look at B. Extremist mobs continue to interfere with the rule of law in Pakistan, and many instances of such injustice has only added to the problem. Now, this could work, that Pakistan government is not able to handle the extremists and that there are many people who have lost their lives to this. So this could be a choice. Look at C. Salman Taseer, Shehbaz Bhatti and Ms. Bibi are among the long list of people unnecessarily attacked by extremism in Pakistan. But where is the government in all of this? So option number C again is incomplete. So no. Look at D. Pakistan government is helpless in the face of extremism. Yes. And this has led to widespread boycott of the nation by different world forums. Now the problem is, where have they mentioned this boycott of the nation by different world forums? This causal relationship is not correct. The country has faced widespread international condemnation, yes. But has it led to a widespread boycott of the nation? No, that's not mentioned. So this is something that's alien to the passage, right? And therefore not your answer. So the best answer here is going to be option number B. And that, yes, I think you did get it. All right, very good. Yes. Divya, Abhigyan, Harshit, Aryan, Abhishek, Shubhang, Harshita, all of you. Yes, excellent. Good job, you guys. Absolutely got it right. All right. So that brings us to the end of today's session. If you have any doubts, please feel free to ask me. I'm here for the next 3-4 minutes. Always remember, while you're doing summary questions, and this is important again, please take up each sentence, okay? Take up each statement and paraphrase it, okay? And then sort of put together all the paraphrases into one statement. Look for that while you're eliminating, look for the broadest application of the paraphrase and take that as your answer. Also remember, BEAST framework works for this also. Everywhere you will be able to apply the BEAST and use it to solve your questions. Okay. All right, guys, I think since you don't have any doubts, we can wrap up the session now. Thank you so much. I hope today's session was useful for you. Like I had iterated right in the beginning, and I'm going to reiterate these things. So please make sure that you've done your concepts very well. You can always go back and watch your class notes, class concepts. Make sure that you've solved your concept books or your funda books. That's very important. We've put out the section test. Please make sure that you have solved all the 15 section tests, or you have a plan to solve all of them. Apart from this, every day we are putting out a daily dose. Now the VARC, both RC and VA are coming out every single day. In fact, the QA and DIL are also all 3 sections full. So you do the daily dose. Apart from this, the mocks are happening every week. So please make sure that you're solving your mocks. Also, you're doing your analysis very well. Okay. Last but never the least, please make sure that you're doing your PYQs very, very well. Remember, PYQs are a good way of kind of ascertaining if you have reached the level of the exam. So do make sure that you are doing this. Okay. All right. Now, tomorrow, of course, you will have DILR with Shashank. We know that. And also day after, you will have DILR with Shashank. Okay. So that's tomorrow will be 22nd and 23rd. You're going to have DILR with Shashank. The timing is, I think, 8:30 p.m. to 11:30 p.m. Okay. These are weeknights, and therefore the classes are happening late at night. Do remember to hit like, share, and subscribe. I hope everybody is already subscribed. I hope everybody is already liked the session. If you haven't yet liked it, do make sure you like it right away. Okay, because of course, subscription is important because you will get notification. You will also be able to participate in the chat. Okay. All right. So that's that from me, guys. For any further help, of course, please remember you can always drop a comment in the chat box. We'll get back to you. And let's have more fun. All the best for your session. Thank you, Baljeet. All right, please make sure you've subscribed, guys. That's very, very important. And also make sure that you have hit the like button and shared the session. Do join in tomorrow and day after. Like I said, 8:30 to 11:30, Shashank will take up DILR. If you haven't viewed the QA session, do view it. It was yesterday from 10 to 3, I think. So you can view it on our website. All right, that's it. Thank you, everybody. Bye-bye. See you again.